Wait, where's my face? Fuck. There I am. Wait, what? I opened things in the wrong fucking order. God damn it. This new buses up. Could update the damn thing so much. Yeah, okay. It's a little stuttery, but who cares? I don't know how I'm stuttery, but who knows? Everything's happened. I'm just gonna take on me. No more pings. Fuck. Should make sure pings are going and then, you know... Like, oh hey! The scroll wheel apparently works for this shit. I'm like, why does the scroll wheel work for this? Okay, anyways. Why are the reactors busted? No one's joining me in the chat right now. Okay, everything's all set up properly now. Or not. Restart VC Faces admin. Actually reset my position. God damn it! If I uploaded you too much, there's so much fucking editing for my... Why? Why you disappear? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, we're good? Good there. Oh, I do have to work on the stream. There we go, Okay, I can reset it for when I'm in this game. Turnabout Goodbyes. Stay tuned. December 26th, 9:44 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Karma? That's right. Manfred von Karma. He is the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He's a god of prosecution, right? A god! Not a single case? He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Someone else I know Edgeworth. You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. It's quite a claim from some of his evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? To picture prosecutors vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10. Ugh. So, was he your teacher then, Miss Edgeworth? Something like that. Now he's trying to find you found guilty? What a creep. wait. Maybe he's planning on losing purpose to help you out. Not a chance. I lost once in 40 years. 40 years! His ruthless meat times 20. It's pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. Something that was next to Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia... Maya? Uh-huh? Leaving Mia's help. Ah, fucking hell phone. Why are you so loud? Jesus Christ, what the fuck's my notification media? Media affecting my fucking notification volume? Jesus Christ. You could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh. Hmm? I can't. Sorry, I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach. Couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. Wow, Phoenix knows no fucking tact, I swear to God. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. I don't know how he'd feel about if he realized that, you know, whole case is like Mia is from this. This is the family, but he's trying to use the fact that Maya's spirit medium. December 26th, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edward. Court is now in trial for the trial of Mr. Miles Edward. Defense is ready, Your Honor. God, how am I gonna do this fucking accent? Mr. Von Karma? Prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here if I were not completely prepared? Right. Right, my apologies. You got the judge scared. Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. Nothing. I gotta get the judge going. I haven't told you the judge going again. Nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. And we all listen good. Hey, Concoction, how you doing? I saw your tweet. I hope you're doing better right now. To message you, but then I got, you know, waylaid with work and then again and stuff. Happy to see you, though. Describe the incident, now. Ah! Hi, Time Lord. Understandable, taking it easy. He's doing alright. The nerve block is finally starting to wear off, so the pain is starting to increase. But the pain meds are doing their job. Ah! He's definitely not happy about having pain meds, but at the same time, once he comes down, has to get off them, he won't have any problems taking that much. Yep, I've been boxed. I guess we're on an unboxing stream now. Actually, fire for that joke, probably. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve, around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were 2 men on the boat. But there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. He went towards the boat rental shop. I can capture his voice back in. Head map out of the court record. Testify to the court about the arrest, now. Man, my Karma's such a dick. Wait. Mr. Von Karma. Yes. Actually, I'm not supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There's only one thing you need to do here. Just slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Man, what a dick. Yes, yes, of course. You're quite right. No, he's not. Man called in the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. But the next morning, a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now. Man, so bossy. Okay, I'm back. Back to this now. Rest of Edgeworth, let's see. 30 minutes to the completion of Carlin. And call to the station. Night. Head to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. Edgeworth. Sure, stop poking it. Received a call from a man? Yup. Said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? That woman and the man who were called in were 2 different people, obviously. The people? There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. They have some of the woman who was camping. A lot of heart. What happened next, detective? Edgeworth. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir. Man, he's gotta share objections. Why'd you have to arrest him? Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. Murder weapon? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. What about the pistol made inside of evidence? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Ack. He has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth that writes. Here was Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What? Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints are found on the murder weapon? Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. Accepted in evidence. Weapon, .22 caliber, fired 3 times. There are prints of Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. Nick, it seemed like Detective Gumshoe's being a little vague. Von Karma's feeding him lines. His toast to me is probably filled with landmines just waiting for me to press. We do. Grit our teeth and get pressed, I guess. What else can we do? Well said, Nick. You're the man. How long was it between receiving the report and your arrival at the lake? Well, I would say about 3 minutes. That's pretty fast. The motto for the month is get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I look forward to next year's salary review. So much to look forward to these days. This is no time for dejected daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir. Why didn't you think you're suspicious? You should know! We have a deep, trusting relationship with prosecutors. Detective! The court isn't interested in your musings. Deep, trusting, poppycock. I've never heard so many flippant comments about an active detective in the force. This guy just looks so good. Continue, now. Find any clues in the body? A single bullet was covered from the body. He shot through the heart, fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. It is struck by the bone, so its shape is well preserved. Very well, the court accepts this bullet to evidence. Members of the court, we have the pistol and the murder. Use the murder. The bullet found on the body. Detective. Yes, sir. Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes. The ballistic marks in the bullet match the pistol. Hey, Nick, what does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking! Imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Disc. Very well, I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it. Eh? Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinct marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate. Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was without a doubt fired from this pistol. A pistol which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints. Order. Order. Bad. Makes it look like Edgeworth did it. Well, Judge? I'd say it's almost evasive, yes. They're going to declare a verdict at this point. However, you wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I'll call my witness after the recess, for the last 10 minutes. Judge! Yes? What are you doing? A 10-minute recess, now. But, wait, just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man. Yes! Ahem. This court will take a 10-minute recess. Who's running this court anyway? Number 26, 1109, District Court, Defendant Live. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. That foggy photo makes one thing clear. Look who shot that man was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. What? But you must believe me. I didn't shoot him. Then who did? I don't know. Don't know? Weren't you right there? I heard a gunshot very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but by the time that he had shot himself. It was a suicide? That's the only explanation I can come up with. Huh. How am I gonna convince anyone of that? Say, Maya. Huh? What? Any progress of Mia? Progress of Mia? Oh. Sorry, it's no good. I know. I'm not good for anything, am I, Nick? Can't call my sister, I might as well not be here. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm shoes, yeah, you're useless, totally. I'm not such an asshole. My cat's laying on my shorts laying next to me, my cat's laying on them. No, of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. If you don't actually help, it's the thought that counts, right? It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make you feel better. I don't know anything about trials or court defense. Or spirit medium who came in contact spirits. Oh, everyone has their days off. I've been getting lucky lately. You don't know my luck is going to run out. Really? Whoa, 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 right. Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. Yes. Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? A lot of heart. You are a research student at a university? That I am. Good. Begin by telling what you saw the night of the incident. Don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand? Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand? Yeah, I understand. Very well. Your testimony, please. It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. Heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked at the window, I saw two gents in the boat. Then there was another bang. There was a nary thing in the lake but that boat. Enough. Huh? Judge. Should have to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo. Accepted as evidence. Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order! I will be with this court if I do not immediately have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats in that lake. The man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth. Order! I will have order. Well, Judge, the evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Now this court finds the defendant. Wait, Your Honor! I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. A cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? It's photo with 1,000 words and they all read, guilty. You lose. Or, do you claim to have found a contradiction in her testimony? Very well. You have it to. You may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court. Nick, contempt? Contempt of court, you know? Guess I understand? What are you going to do? Think there was a contradiction? You sure the facts in her testimony? I think there was. I think I noticed one little thing. Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Wow, right, let's take him on. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Very well. I pray this in the way. For your sake, this isn't a waste of time. Let's see. What's the? Just after midnight, you say? It was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day. Huh? Well, yeah, yes. I know you want to find contradictions, but really? Oh. Good extra contradiction and a little more of the tower. Witness, continue testimony. You weren't looking at the lake at that time. Nope. Nope. I looked after I heard that noise. She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness. Are you sure with that? Yeah, sure as a country gal can be. That sounds pretty sure. Press further. How come you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright, the witness has witnessed the answer question in full. Ugh. No need for further questions. Objection sustained. That's what I'm supposed to... Sustained! Yes, of course. Okay, what am I supposed to do now? There are contradictions in there. Sorry, Nick, if only my sister... Why is really taking this on? have an idea. What would be? That didn't work. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure. You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. On camera, I think I hate you. You're trying to keep me from talking to the witness. What end? You clearly see the two men. Just look at the picture, and clear enough for you? Uh-oh. That's further. Wait a second, I wasn't asking about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Yeah, well, of course. Witnesses testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You best look elsewhere for your contradictions. He jumped in quick, he's hiding something. Isn't it? Why were you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures using my research. What research? This doesn't sound suspicious. Press further. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? What does the witness's motive behind camping by the lake have to do with the case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained. Wait, now I'm the one who says that. Well then say it already! Objection sustained. Nothing, Your Honor. Enough! I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. You're unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting. But Your Honor, you keep your promise, Mr. Wright. We're not to penalize any further outbursts, holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Uh-huh. Nick, a lot of testimony is fishy. A lot of testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy. I know what you mean, but I can't say anything. What can I do? I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Who was that? It was me. Maya. Is something wrong? Do you need the facilities? No, I do not. A lot of heart. Your testimony stinks. Unclear you actually looking at the lake. How doubtful you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Lotta, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol? You will stand down. Court is now acknowledged the defense's outburst. Answer me, Lotta. What's the big idea of shooting like some kind of criminal? I saw him, I swear it. I saw Edgeworth. Enough. Judge, declare the defense into contempt of court. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave. No. No! Wait. I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. Ha! What's the difference? All that remains for you is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony and I have a right to cross-examine her again. So I can drink water. Order! 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 I feel like a fucking seal saying it like that. Your contempt of court is too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot. What? Miss Lotta Hart has made a new testimony. The defense has a right to cross-examine her again. What is this fucking thing? Back. Marte's funky isn't strong. Guess the shot make it taste funky, so I'm gonna switch to my mug how to drink it. Anyways, the defense does have a right to cross-examine her again, but he is in contempt of court. No, I am. You're gonna arrest someone, arrest me. Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately. Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Good luck. Maya. I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. Running out of time. Right contradiction here, or else. Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. That last statement. Saw it clear as day. The man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth. Objection! Duh. Got you. Got you, Miss Hart. Finally. What? What? You got what? Look at this photograph. I keep thinking of that fucking Nickelback song. Every time I sit here, look at this photograph, I think of that stupid song. The photo I took? The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture is taken with professional, high-quality film, correct? Yet you could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? Ah! Mr. Wright has a point. That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony, please. Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart. What? You see the defendant that night? Of course, Of course, I said I could, and I meant I could. Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. I did it. I found Holm von Karma's carefully vague testimony. You're right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. But once I finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem. You use binoculars? Very well. You begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. That'll be good. There's a heavy fog. How do binoculars change that at all? What do you mean? Even binoculars can't see through fog. Did you say you clearly saw him? I did. Yeah. Enough! There was no room for doubt in her testimony. Don't be double on me. I'm gonna clear contradiction first. I'll come objection on karma if I find a hole in this testimony the last thing I do. So, how could you see Edgeworth? Now just hold your horse for a second. You hasty Yankee types never find a gal where I'm from. But the attorneys have trouble with that as it is. Nobody loves me. Your camera? Yeah, it's got an automatic. The issue is we're concerned with Miss Hart seeing Mr. Edgeworth. The camera has nothing to do with this at all. Objection sustained. He's not letting her answer any of my questions. What's that about binoculars? Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that? I've got doubts about your camera, too. Does it really take pictures of that meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant to this case. You can't say that. You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright. The camera really values its price? Case, if you believe it, you may continue this line of questioning. But know this, if you find nothing with this, there will be consequences. Well, Mr. Wright, you're supposed to test further with the camera. It's a make it or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It has the key to this entire case. Therefore, I'll continue my line of questioning. Well, maybe a little overboard there. Very well. Miss Hart, you can testify to the court with the camera. Yeah, I hear ya. The camera is set to take pictures of a meteor shower. Miss Hart, what made you choose that lake to photograph meteors? You know the fog gets thick on that lake. Not very suited to stargazing. Yeah, well, you see, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight. Ha! Mr. Wright, I will not have you badger a witness because of her challenged intellect. Now wait a minute! Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was you saw Edgeworth. No unnecessary comments, please. This is repeat, yeah. There we go. That's what I think I'm checking. You were photographing shooting stars? That's a lie. Says who? I gotta get my voice. I'll work on that eventually. I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It's pointing directly at the lake. You have to point a camera up to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Ugh. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? This is not the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor. Well then, what exactly was she photographing? Your Honor, take a look at this. What was it Miss Hart was trying to take a photograph of the lake? Miss Hart! That's what you were trying to photograph. What's this? What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy? Oh, the sighting at Gord Lake. Well, Miss Hart? I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy. You have proof? I have it. Proof. Intriguing. Well, let's see it. No joking around this time, please. What does this prove that she is trying to photograph? The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Let's just photograph you and taken when a gun fired in the lake. And here's this article about Gordy. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's where you had set your camera to respond to loud noises. Order! Order! I see, I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart? They're camping to take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah. Not bad. Are all your lawyers that smart? So smart, boy. I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? That'll change what I saw, does it? Exactly. We just used several precious minutes or time to prove. There's nothing more than a witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist. Hey! But as she so simply said, so what? Changes nothing. Not true. You were hiding the whole thing for Gordy, about Gordy for some reason. I know it. Could have been. Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Miss Hart, Why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony. Right. I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Something will change. It has to, and I'm going to spot it. Actually, I'm not a research student at the university. I'm an investigative photographer. I imagine what a scoop it'd be if I'd got a picture of that monster. So I was camping out by the lake. That's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out that lake. Not much else to look at, so I just watched the boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at that boat the whole time, crossed my heart, and hoped to fry. That's a long-ass... So you may question, the witness' testimony is unchanged from before, but his research student photographer has no bearing on this case. There's no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination. I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. On cards doesn't. I know it. He doesn't want to cross-examine. Because why? Was there a contradiction? Very well. Begin the cross-examination. Seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind. Ha! That would be a first. Ha ha, very funny. This is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. The positive testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. And that's my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Exactly what sort of sound was it? Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure, but it sounded like a gunshot. A lot sharper of a sound than I was expecting. There's much else to look at? Yep. I don't know, if she heard a bang. What is up there? I she wasting time looking at a boat. What? What do I do now? What are you giving me that look for? I'm suspicious based on some evidence. Witness, continue. Hold your hush, puppies. Pops, I'm getting there. I'm low on objection. Fuck up some. Don't do it again. Objection! Miss Hart, were you really looking at that boat? What's with ya? With you? Of course I was looking at it. It was the only thing out there. Any normal person to be looking at it. I agree, any normal person would. But you were far from normal. What? Y'all want to step over here and say that? You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? Be scanning for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't give the boat a second thought. Order! Continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy. That's what you were doing. Well? Well, now y'all mention it. I did sort of take my binoculars and kinda scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all. But Miss Hart! You're saying you were not watching the boat then? Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought I could be a witness to a murder and all. I got excited. I sure was watching that boat till now. This is totally uncalled for. But hey! You got the photograph, you got proof! Still, we still can't see who it is shooting in this. Who in this. Right. That's why I took this photo and... Witness, that's enough. Had a long day. Shut your pie hole. Shut my what? What's she going to say? Just the photo and what? Wait a second. You had a photograph to prove it. I really can't tell who it is from the photo she was shooting. She said she was going to enlarge the photograph. She said it'll drop the quality a little. Who should you see? Who lets us see who's who? I'm doing an accent. I'm doing an accent. She enlarged that photo. I want to show it. I've got a hunch. I want to show photo shows something bad for Von Karma. By chance. If I'm wrong, though, we mean prison for Edgeworth or worse. What should I do? I'll make her show the enlargement, duh. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not? Yeah, I did. Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court? Because it does not exist. What are y'all talking about? You would have told me not to show it in the court in the first place. Yelled fool. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma? Miss Hart. Show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement. The prosecution objects to the submissive of this evidence. Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court. Here it is. Aha! Okay, so I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong of the whole fucking thing of the left and right hand. Fuck yes! As they said, it came from Edward's right hand's prints. And the left hand's one shooting this shit. Could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. I'll also accept this as evidence. Make photo add to the court record. Happy now, Mr. Wright. There has to be something. You asked for the enlargement. You got the enlargement. And a little good it has done any of us. So our question should not show it. What this means the cross-examination is over, obviously. I'd like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lotta Hart. And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time. Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add? I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence. Decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. But it's time for me to declare my verdict. Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. I'm doing this photo somewhere. This is bad. Real bad. What should I do? Again, I don't want to... Wait! Your Honor, this evidence! I believe we have spent enough time talking about evidence. Indeed. Our opinions on every photo piece of evidence with this enlargement. I see no point in tracing our steps. This is bad, real bad, what you do. Your Honor, there's something decidedly strange with this enlargement. What might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What is this photo is strange? Okay, here goes nothing. Show the photo, showing you this photo. Here, Your Honor. The shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter strange? Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor. The hand? That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand does what? Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence the left hand contradicts. The evidence is clear. The man in this photograph is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, the prints of the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in the photo is not Mr. Edgeworth. Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I'd like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired the pistol that night. However, it leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim? Precisely! As we have seen, there were no other people in that lake that night. Who the defendant could have shot the victim? Victim himself. There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Order! Order! You're saying the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Yeah, that seems the only other remaining option. I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question. What? Examination of the victim's wound reveals the distance at which he was shot. Distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. A meter? That's 3 feet. There's no way it could have been suicide. Order! Order! Mr. Von Karma, are you sure of the accuracy of your data? Of course, I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see. The top report record data in the court record. I see. Very well, allow me to state my opinion. Seeing the station, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints of the gun revealed the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I'd like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Ah! Ah! Hi, Chris! Hi! Ah, my ears! Yeah, this is the thing I want to do. I didn't want to say that on Taylor's stream because I felt like it would have been rude to say that. I'm still looking there, though. Hope his stream's going well, though. I have it up in the background still, so I'm still looking there. Thing again. But not again. Okay. Oh, that sounds like fun. Like everyone seems to be streaming right now. I mean, it is a Friday though. I'm probably gonna be streaming late as long as Gin doesn't leave the bed. My goal is try to marathon this whole case, but we'll see if I can actually have time to do that before I get tired or Gin needs to come to bed. Ah, water. Thanks. It's gonna be a long one. I know that much. It was technically the penultimate cave. Yeah, this is technically the penultimate case of the original game too, so it's definitely not gonna be a quick one. Only been at an hour though, and like after the first day of court, so that leaves 2 more days of court, 2 more days of investigation, and 2 more days of court. Because the max court days are 3 days usually. In the lore of which is the lore of the world. Yes, Shonner. That is all. This court is adjourned. December 26th, 1:15 p.m. District Court. Minute lobby number 2. Good. I think Phoenix Wright is a good game. It is still very much a visual. It's a visual novel. It's like a kinetic novel, so it's like still kind of on rails, but you have to do the puzzles basically. I mean, it does give you plenty of chances, and since the PC version lets you save whenever, you can kind of cheese it easier. Like you just continue, you can save scum. Yeah, I think it's a good game, and the story is good. Especially this 4th case is probably the one that is still one of the high, a lot of fan favorite one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the whole point of the story and characters. As for context of this one, at least, our usual prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, really that's a close one. This man here is being accused of murder right now. And the other prosecutor prosecuting him is his mentor, who never lost a court case in 40 years. So this is fun. This is fun. Also, childhood friends with our main character and all this kind of stuff. And it has to do with a case potentially from 15 years ago too. So interweaving stuff. Ooh. Hey, did you have anything to say? No, I have yet to be declared innocent, right? Well, yeah, but what happened out there on that lake anyway? If he commits suicide, then who? She was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Humph. Look. I'm going to check on Maya. Oh. Right. What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. Kill you just to see how you really feel about thanks, Edgeworth? This is a transcript of Lada's entire testimony. Someone give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Or she didn't see the shooter. The only part of her testimony that stood was the bank here. Yeah, I'm already seeing more contradictions here. I heard 2 shots that sound like gunshots after midnight on 12:25. There's already a few contradictions in there because, you know, this guy died between the 24th and 25th. She seems to be giving us Christmas Eve. It wasn't Christmas. There's 3 gunshots fired from that gun. The 26th, the sentence number at visitor's room. Maya! Hey Nick, it's you! Glad Mr. Edgeworth made it through the day okay. Oh yeah, this is definitely much like a crime show, because the court in this universe basically works like what the writer thought court worked like, so it's not quite what I call accurate. You know, having like the defense attorney going around collecting evidence instead of badgering cops and witnesses and finding them and stuff like that. We also have spirit mediums, the dead coming back. Japan weren't winning World War II because of localization, and decided to go with it. That's why, like, hot dog, like hamburger sushi, it's called hamburgers or something like that. It's a relief. Hey, why'd you do that anyway? I don't know. I just knew I had to do something. I know I'm not the lawyer my sister was. Sorry. Well, you did save the trial. Just behave from now on, okay? Okay. Even questioned yet? No, not yet. Good come she was here just now. He said seeing as your first offense would let you go after questioning. Ew. Oh, he wanted me to get bail money ready. You can pay for me, okay? Huh? How much? I don't know. Send you a bill or something. Why do you show giant bales of money every time we hear the word bail? Any luck with Mia? None. Can't get through to her at all. I tried. I really did. I don't know what to do. I think I probably shouldn't have stopped my training. She really did her best. Check and see if there are any waterfalls in the local area. I'll never see my sister again. Alright, fresh ideas. So Edward's prints on this pistol, aren't they? Yes, the prints from his right hand. They must have gone there when there's some other time of them shooting. What? Really? The shooter's his left hand after all. My mother. Not sure the picture, not sure there's nothing to do. No, pretty sure it was the wrong thing. Is that the large photo Lada was talking about? Uh-huh. Huh. Nothing big, but you really can't see the faces anymore, can you? Check the offices first. The 26th Grand Code offices. Sure it's quiet here, nobody around. Right. Get my attention soon. Maya brought in a poster of the steel samurai the other day. Big fan of whether to put up or not. She's just waiting for a chance to sneak up on the wall. Difficult-looking legal books stand in one roll. They mocked me. I tried reading one, but it made my head hurt. I closed it and slipped on my hand. Then my foot hurt too. Mia's desk. If we had more clients, I would probably stay here more often. Maybe there's any more time on the couch watching TV. Any day at the hotel across the way, they're playing a second branch outside the city. I can see the bellboy getting the angle of that screwdriver in the drawer just right. Oh god, they went the fucking... Grossberg first. Apparently Mr. Grossberg's on vacation today. Back tomorrow if I need anything. Mr. Grossberg's like getting that painting back. I feel kind of bad for him. Number 26th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. Detective Gumshoe's not here. Gumshoe's at the scene again today. Huh? Oh, really? He's a live wire, that one. Got in a fight with the chief for not following protocol. Not following protocol? I'm going to help him build the case against Edgeworth. Guys, I'm gonna... Don't do anything rash. I jump. You have reason to live. Doing image training for talking down potential suicide. He said the same thing last time. What? Book to Bishop 7-7. Checkmate! I don't believe it! Playing chess on the computer. Number 26th, Gourd Lake Park entrance. There are fewer than yesterday, but the cops are still around the park. Detective Gumshoe is here today. Beach. 26th, Gourd Lake Public Beach. Haven't seen Larry around today at all. I off paying through the nose on a date with the lovely Kiance. Boat rental shop. The boat rental shop is closed today too. Okay, I go back to in circles. September 26th, Gourd Lake Woods. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal. Hey, pal. The trial today, Yes, what about the trial? Well, I was going to say, good show, but it wasn't all that. You did save Mr. Edgeworth, I guess. Not sure how to thank you, you know? Thanks. Yes, he is very much a himbo. He's a good guy, just very dumb. He's a detective. He's smart and dumb at the same time. He's very trickable. Way of putting it. He's a Kronk. Any idea what strategy Von Karma's playing tomorrow? Sounds like he's bringing in another witness. Another witness? Oh right, he said something about that in the trial today. There were 2 witnesses. I was wondering who the other witness was. Or who was it? Sorry, pal. Much as I'm not limited to divulge that information. Right. Oh right, I wanted to ask you something about Edgeworth. What's up? Are you afraid of earthquakes? I never heard him with that before. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't talk about himself too much, see? There's one thing that's clear as day. Him hating crime the way he does, and him becoming a prosecutor, and him being scared of earthquakes. It all started with that incident. The DL6 incident? Yup, that's the one. 15 years ago, when he saw his father shot before his very eyes. He still feels the pain now in his eyes. I mean, yes, seeing your dad shot in front of you would kind of stick around for, like, I don't know, forever. I want to talk to you about Maya Fey. Huh? She's not on bail yet? That's strange. Told them to let it go as soon as they had their report written up. Man, I don't know what would have happened in that courtroom today if it weren't for her. I think her getting dragged out with a bailiff. I'll be honest with you, pal. I shed a tear or two. Mr. Edgeworth, he was so moved I saw his lip trembling. Really? Cold as ice Edgeworth? He was really grateful for what she did, you know. I'm going to head back to the station. Get the report on Maya and get her out of there as soon as I can. Thank you. Oh, wait. I was wondering, how much is the bail going to be? Don't worry about that. Mr. Edgeworth is posting the whole amount. What? Edgeworth? Didn't I tell you? He's grateful for her for what she did. Alright, pal. Well, don't forget to pick her up, okay? Get to Edgeworth pay this month's rent, too. I need to examine over here, I don't think, because Lada is... I don't think Lada takes a very curved SUV. It's covered with dents. We won't drive the car down here. I should buy a camera quick with her. There's a convenience store right up the street. She wanted to get into the outdoor spirit. Yeah, something over there. Let's go back to the boat shop. Nope, nothing new there. Back to the entrance. I guess let's check the detention center, see if Maya's out. Visitor's room. Hey, Nick, you finally came! I just finished the paperwork. I'm free to go. Free at last, eh? Those interrogators are really mean. They're like, okay, what'd you do this time? You're some kind of criminal. Can you believe it? They let you out in the end, didn't they? Oh, that reminds me. Thanks for bail. Thank Edgeworth. Huh? He posted bail for you. He was grateful for what you did. Mr. Edgeworth did that? I have to make it up to him. You gotta win this case, Nick. What do you do next? I'll hit the police department. Go to the park and look for Gordy. I was kidding. Still, if there are clues out there, the park is as good as it's bad, isn't he? What do you say? Should we head down there? Sure. She's basically the, hey, I'm stuck. What do I do now? Person to talk to. Not many cops around today, are there? Probably back in the precinct working up the case against Edgeworth. Hey, y'all! Hey, it's Lada! Y'all really did it today! What do we do now? No, I'm not complaining. See, I did a little thinking, a little. Self-reflection, you might say. I realize that being a witness is a mighty big responsibility. I just went up there and started blabbing and anything that came to mind. Lada. You see, I want to make it up to y'all. Make it up? What do you think of the trial? To be honest, I was doing it half just to say I'd been a witness. But I didn't really see anything. Kinda against myself I had, though. I'm sorry, I know it caused y'all a lot of trouble. Well, memory is a tricky, vague little thing. Yeah, I should know that now. I find next time I witness a murder. Right! I mean, the first time you witness a murder. I think you want to witness a murder either, so... What about Gordy? Thanks for the hugs, Chris. Right. Well, the figure, the trail's only stoking the flames of Gordy fever. The trial's only stoking the flames of Gordy fever. I'll get my exclusive photos from Rocket to stardom. Alright, Lada, you go, girl. I should be an investigative for 2. Finish this pure medium training first. Lada, what do you mean by making it up to us? Well, you see... Actually, I got a bit of information for you. What? That Von Karma didn't want me to say nothing about it. Oh, what information? Now we're getting to the heart of it. See, I reckon we might be able to do ourselves a little exchange. Supposed to make it up to us? Right. I propose a little exchange to make it up to you. What? You should not come cheap, my friend. Hey. You think how expensive these southern folk are? Written all in your face. What's the accent? Let me tell you, most southerners are way more sophisticated than you. I'm just the exception, okay? Well, what'll it be? We got a deal or not? You dip. Deal. We need a lead, so I don't think there's a choice here. Okay, how much? Huh? You completely off your rocker? Maybe sophisticated, but I'm not trying to rob the poor. Huh? The only fair exchange information is information. Listen good. Why do you think you information about Gordy? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gordy? But Gordy... I mean, Gordy might not exist. And bring me proof that he don't. I'll keep watching the car, okay? Y'all see something? Y'all come to me first, you got it? Oh, okay. Right, see y'all later. Okay, Nick, let's get hunting. Hunting? Just don't seriously mean Gordy? I sure do. How about Edgeworth? Looking for Gordy for him, Nick. Don't you get it? Okay, and how exactly do we search for man-made make-believe monster? We can find a monster myth specialist. Oh god, this giant steel samurai. Hi, homeless man. How you doing? Oh, what's that? The steel samurai, Nick. Yo, Maya! Larry, what the heck is that? Oh, it's my girl Kiance's idea. She was like, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just streaming and working on this case. And, Gen's doing, he's recovering upstairs. You guys, I'm only a message away if you need me and all that. She was all like, put this here and it'll be cool, like, really cool. Dude, she gave it to me along with the banner. Wow. It's really impressive that she could find those for you. She has a lot of people. That show is finished now, so she got it for free. Right. Yo, Nick! What happened with Edgy? What happened with Edgy? Well, we made it through the first day in court, alright. How good our prospects are from here on, though. Huh. Hey, Larry, did you miss Edgeworth's secret weakness? He's terrified of earthquakes. A little boy. Huh? That's weird. I don't think he was ever like that in school. No? Really? Well, we were only in the same class for a little bit. We took the schools pretty quickly. Transferred? Right, look at the DL6 incident. Look like Larry knows about it, though. Hey, Larry. When did you get that big thing? Huh? Oh, the big guy? I've had that for about a month, yeah. Big hit with the kids. Why weren't here yesterday? Thursday. What? Huh? Huh? Oh, right. The compressor was busted. Compressor? Yeah, it's that little unit by my hot dog stand. They used to put air in the Steel Samurai. Broke a little while ago, so I sent it in for repairs. Oh. Maybe I thought you'd inflate it by yourself. What's this machine? That's a compressor. Even the fillet blew up there. Huh, neat. Just got repaired yesterday. Man, what a drag that was. That's the same look of a place. I mean, it's so huge. Good advertising. The about this Steel Samurai just doesn't work for me. Huh? Really? Well, play well out of me. I'm still a novice, aren't you, Nick? Really? True concierge like Cody and me don't fall for this kind of stuff. Steel Samurai fans are obviously in a league of their own. Can't give her the Samurai Dogs. The original Samurai Dogs, no less. Hey man, whoever comes apart the original first wins. Why don't you add world famous to the sign? Hey, good idea! What have I done? Those flags look sadly out of place here. Hopping listlessly back and forth in the cold wind under the cold sky. I don't know, I think it gives the place kind of a festival atmosphere. Like the War of the Eyeglasses. The War of the what? Huh? What? You don't know the War of the Eyeglasses? What the heck is it? Our local fair used to do it every summer. I guess we're the only ones. Ask again, what the heck is it? trash can now. It's empty. Okay, let's retain this dialogue. This guy's selling my hot dogs faster than I can cook them. I think Gordy really exists. Nah, I think somebody probably saw something else that they just thought was Gordy. I'll keep selling samurai dogs until the truth's out. I don't know much about that. I'm a mere seller of hot dogs. Get nothing useful there. Boat shop rentals. Why is it so quiet here? The boat shop is closed for good. With the murder in the lake and all. Probably just taking a vacation until it blows over. I get it. Hey, y'all! Well, you find anything about Gordy? No, nothing. Well, keep moving, it gets colder here at nighttime. It's a little chilly. I think I have to sneeze. Oh, no sneezing! Watch out! I told y'all, no sneezing! See, I set the camera respawn to things a little softer than a bang. Check out one of Commerce finger snaps now. Sorry. Yeah, well, sorry's not. Well, sorry's not. How about my roll film? A film. Nick, breathe, lady. Sob. I learned something in today's trial, that's for sure. Let's find serious business. Let's not talk about that case anymore. Huh? Will you show you information from the case? Tell us at least. Like I said, I'll wait for the dirt on Gertie. What are you going to do if Gertie doesn't exist? I could be an investigative photographer. What? After all, I only have one photo of my name so far. Is it a good one? You bet. A yoo-hoo? You-foo? A you-foo? Anyway, if I can't get a career making a photo time around, then that's it. I'll quit and go back to school. Huh? You really are a university student? Yeah, well, I'm taking a break for a bit. Right. I'll check more songs in this. Yep, I'd have... Y'all. Yep, I'd say I have a... I know exactly squat about that. Really easy to catch a lot of his interest. I'm glad I did that enlargement. No kidding, we didn't have that, Edward would be in prison now or worse. Never lack of drama in your case, is there, Nick? What are you always on the verge of horrible failure like this? Careful, the shorts to send you an early grave. To the cheerful message of support. You know, I was wondering. Yeah? What if you get a picture of Gordy and it turns out like this enlargement did? Y'all crazy? A blurry picture like this doesn't make a hit story. A picture that screams, I'm Gordy, hear me roar! You know, something like this in paper. What kind of fool do you think I am? What kind of fool would present a blurry picture in as evidence in a murder trial? Mention claiming she saw something she didn't see. You guys were something questioning. Come back later. Guess so. Hey there, pal. What's up? You look out of sorts. Wait, you didn't go and do something that's gonna hurt Mr. Edgeworth's case again. What do you mean again? Whatever, have a seat, pal. I'm here for you if you need anything. That's money, that is. How's the investigation proceeding? It's not, really. Ugh, fuck. Being repositioned. Kinda hungry. We have another meeting coming up. We'll also talk about Mr. Edgeworth's motive. His motive? Mr. Edgeworth's father died in the DL6 incident. The guy who got the loan suspect declared innocent. The victim in this case. Robert Hammond. That's why Mr. Edgeworth shot him. Edgeworth never talked about his past. Drag out and hit him when work tomorrow too. Or Mr. Edgeworth. I gotta admit, it doesn't look very good, pal. Hey, detective, do you know Morty? Monster down the Gourd Lake? Not personally, no. But we're looking for it. Huh? Are you out of your minds? Every time I'm going wild monster hunting? I'm doing a little questioning for me then. Oh. Your gumshoe is scaring me, Nick. I told Detective Gumshoe about the deal with Lada. Nick, try telling him sooner next time. Sorry. I see, pal. Sorry for shouting at you. Okay. I, Detective Gumshoe, will aid your search for Gordy. Huh? I'll lend you one of our newest secret weapons for finding evidence. Really? You can take whichever one you like. Weapons. Okay, but give us the goods. Hold on, everything in due time. First, let me show them to you. My best and brightest. Your second weapon number 1, missile. Missile? The K9 police dog's still in training. Missile! Missile, here, boy! Woof. Here he is. Hey, he's cute. Look, Nick, cute dog. Cute dog? Will it help us how? Woof. I see weapon number 2, a fishing pole. My own personal pole. Detective Gumshoe will look for a monster. Yeah. I was supposed to catch a whole sea monster with a fishing pole. Never know till you try, pal. Okay, this next one's the last one. No, please, I'm already won by our choices. Number 3, a metal detector. Here. Detective Gumshoe, looking for something that's alive. Yeah. How are we supposed to find something with a metal detector? Hey, you never know, it might have been eating soda cans. Which will be. I can't make a mind, Nick. I said perfect. They all seem so perfect. Totally opposite reason. I can't make up my mind either for the totally opposite reason. We should borrow the metal detector because we can find like bullets and that kind of stuff. Can you borrow that metal detector? Sure thing, pal. I'm sure we're going to find out this, but remember, you're hunting a monster. Anything's possible. Anything. Hey Lada, look at this, I got this metal detector. I know what it is. I know what it is. Not sure it's gonna pick up Gordy though. He's been eating people's watches or spare change or something. Oh. I hadn't thought of that. I need missile instead, actually. Back to the detective and get it. Come on, Whistle. I think we can tap out. Bring him. Be good to him. Oof. He's just so cute. Boy. Alright, canine missile, unit missiles, borrowed from Detective Gumshoe. Canine missile, canine unit. Very cute with shiny eyes. Hey, Nick. She's been acting strangely. Missile? Oh, right. Little creature of the detectives. Hey, I love little doggies. Good boy. What's wrong, Missile? How's it barking? Eek! Missile! Oh, stop it being cannibal! It's eating my samurai dogs! My samurai dogs! Wow, he ate every single one. Sorry, Larry. Sorry! I don't pay my bills, Nick! Ah ha ha. I have to this time. Hey Larry, look at the missile. Isn't he cute? Keep that mud away from me! What am I going to tell the big boss? The big boss in charge of your hot dog stand? Nick, maybe this... Yep, doggo! Nick, maybe the stand is for Mafia money laundering scheme. No, Maya. I think you should probably try to look a little sorry for what happened. Oh, right. My poor dogs. Cute little canine dog using to... Canine dog, I don't remember what we're gonna use it for. I played the whole Phoenix Wright series once before. Hey, Lotta! Oh, cute. Yours? He's a canine police dog. His name is Missile. Huh. Canines are the only ones who sniff things, right? What Gordy smells like. How about that? Ah, for sure. I gotta say, freedom feels great. So, behave yourself in the courtroom tomorrow, okay? Misbehaving is much more fun. I'm gonna switch from as use to pay your bail again. Right, I'll behave. Oh dear. What should we do? I don't know. I've been paying attention this whole time. What did you decide we should do? Deal? Ideas? Any thoughts you want to share? Ooh. Man. Let me move for a second. Kinda hungry, but I don't want to back up soon. No. Because I was taking good time. Oh, stretching. Okay, so this. Weapons again. We have that flimsy looking fishing pole? Sure thing, pal. Oh, if it breaks, be sure to dispose of it properly, okay? Right. Executive Gumshoe's personal fishing pole, sadly flimsy and of dubious utility. You can't catch me fish in this lake. I'm after small fry. I'm after the biggest fry of them all. Gordy. You want to try to fish out a monster? David Edgeworth, yes. Like the tear to my eye in more ways than one. Okay, Nick, this is a good spot. A good spot for what? I'm doing some fishing. Serious. You're going to use bait. Oh. I like it. Here's something like this that happened. Should have brought Miss along with us too. So we'd have bait. Nick, how could you? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Some jokes are better left untold. Oof, she hit me. Okay, watch this, Nick. Not to reel any empty cans of foods, okay? Go. Nick, my leg. One, click. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, Lotta. Don't tell me all on some film company's payroll. Nick, pay her. My poor wall. Telling me saying Courtney. Lotta, wait, for catching Gordy. Fishing pole? Are you out of your doggone mind? Yes, I mean yes, it's fishing pole. Huh. I never thought of that. Good luck. Thanks. I believe it. Obvious clue I'm missing it. Food and magazines on the sheet. Takes a pretty tough skin to canvas. I don't think I noticed I'm fish in the case today. I'm feeling lost. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Yeah. Hey, so Nick, what's it called Gourd Lake? Oh, well, a long time ago they used to be around Panic bench chests. Come on, break it. We have a dog. I think not. It's too cold to sit and cold. How's over here? Hey boy. Just try fucking mistake. We're standing under a freezing waterfall sometime. Shop the fishing rod. Have a good luck, Chris. Murder took place on the boat from the dock. Apparently, police took away the actual boat. Space for one boat at the dock. What forced away? No. Try this again. Berg. I want to take a moment. I'm gonna take 5. I'm gonna take 5 and grab some more food and get myself some coffee made. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go grab some more taco meat and something to like, try to perk me up a little. Something to perk me up a little bit. 'Cause I'm feeling exhausted. I don't want to stop streaming either. So. I only slightly spilled my coffee on my way back down. That took so long. I had to help get back in bed. Because the nerve blockers finally worn off on him. A lot more pain now. He's okay for continuing to stream, so I made sure of them. Okay, so let's get back to this. Look, this way I stopped seeing the red box. Okay, so what do I have right now? I have the belt. Something about Gordy somewhere around this. Oh! My fuck didn't go off last time. What the fuck? Beep, beep, beep. Nick! It's beeping! I'll check this found something. Sure is loud about it. This pushes. Check it out, Maya. Why do I have to check it out? Nick. Look! Oh my... Huh? An air tank? Oh, I remember this shit now. Because for reference context, I played this game like years ago when it first came on the original DS. Like the OG DS, I played it back then. So, I have memories, I have some like meta knowledge and stuff like that, and all that. But it's like very faint at this point. Oh, that looks broken. 40. Alright, first of all, why would Gordy be in the bushes? Second, why would it melt through the extra sea monster? Oh. Huh? Wrapped around the air tank. Looks like a string of flags. Take it with us. Found it. It's heavy. I wonder whose air tank belongs to. What? What? An air tank? What about it? Larry? I wanted to ask you about this tank. Yours? Hey, is this air tank yours? Well, why have a thing like that? Look, see how there's a string of flags around the tank valve? Just like the string of flags on your steel samurai there. Must be a coincidence. There's strings of flags everywhere these days. Like elementary schools. And used car dealerships. Look, why would I need a tank anyways? Inflate something? You just inflate that, didn't you? Inflate what? What else? A big puffy steel samurai. Hey. No, why would you go asking me a question like that? Like hit the nail on the head. Right. Actually, see, the compressor I always use was on the Fritz. I used the tank to inflate it just once. Didn't go so well. Suspected. Asked more with the tank. It didn't go so well? Yeah. I think you could be a little more specific. Come on. Look, it's embarrassing, so I really don't want to talk about it. Tell us. Fine. Whatever, it's like I said, the compressor was busted. I took the tank and tried to fill the samurai with that. Then, BLAM! Valve busted open and made this incredible noise. That tank there took off like a rocket. Hello. Oh, hello. Your voice. Hi, Chris! Some reactors on scene. Reactors busted. Are they busted? Oh, yours in manually for now. You okay? I wasn't mind my bad voicing things. Yeah, I never mind company. How's the modding going? Been very busy. Look, I took my poor deflated steel samurai with it. What? Off from the Gourd Lake? Sure scared me out of my gourd, that's for sure. Flying air tank. Think around Steel Samurai you're trying to fill up the way. What happened next? Well, that happened on the 20th or so. 20th, a week ago. Now, as far as I can see, the tank went flying out of the lake. Went out every night in a boat looking for it. I'm curious to that Steel Samurai after all. When did you find it? Just night before last. But wait there, it took me 4 whole days to find it. Night before last. Night of the murder. I forgot to tell you, Nick. She was here on the night of the murder. See, I went home before midnight. Didn't know about what happened? No. That's too bad. Not all bad. Solved one mystery at least. Mystery? Color. Well, Mr. Leia, got the info you need. I'll need. Scooping Cordy for me yet? Found him. Huh? Cordy? Oh, we found him already. What? Any monsters yet? Y'all, for real? Gordy really exists? Wait. I need proof. Got a photo? I have proof. Oh, hi, Sekai Cuckold. How you doing? Oh yeah, her name every... I mean, that's not a bad name either. Stretch. Of course I approve. No fair, Nick. It was when I went to the bathroom, wasn't it? That's when you made contact with Gordy. You're jabbering already. Let me see your proof. Take that! There's an air tank? What are y'all doing with an air tank? This is Gordy. Excuse me? What exactly are you saying, Nick? Just stand near here, a hot dog stand. Giant inflatable samurai doll there. About a week ago, an idiot who happens to be a friend of mine tried to fill it. Well, if it was here, actually, I figured your name already been changed, so I don't mind saying it. No, it's better than my friend's character's name in 14 when she was first didn't think she liked the game. She was like something like, what is this TOS? It was like, no cummies in my bummies is what the name. And then she ended up liking the game, so eventually, then someone eventually reported her and she got the name changed. But she's like, she was already contemplating what to do that anyways. But it was like, so I think it's not a common story. Getting into a game, you're not sure you're gonna like it. You make a stupid name, and then you get changed forcibly because it was a stupid name, but you like the game at that point. Use this air tank when the valve blew. The tank flew into the lake. Okay, what will Omega do now? When I... Well, let's press the... You shouldn't play with me then, either. I mean, I will basically... I don't mind how... You gotta hope there's a stroke limit, otherwise I will basically make my life collision. Oh god, yeah, I've done some of those things are just disgusting. Apparently made a pretty loud bang when it flew. Yeah, a bang? That's an image. Oh, perfect. But now I know... I can get that. I'm just comfortable with mine. I just, you know, prefer this because it's easier because I don't prefer clothes on. I don't prefer clothes on. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely get that. Oh yeah, this is definitely honestly hilarious concoction. You know, this whole this Lake Cryptid is just a fucking inflatable samurai. Okay, so basically, yeah, silly cryptid debunking by lawyers. So basically, this southern lady's here trying to get a picture of a lake cryptid called Gordy. Like here's the news article. They mentioned that her loud bang of it, and it turns out it's just, you know, the Steel Samurai inflatable thing, the tank exploding and launching it into the lake. It just happened to be at the right time. Take a picture of it. It sounds a lake cryptid. Tank along with the still deflated samurai fell into the lake. At the same time, the couple was taking a photograph of the lake. This photo. Wait, so you're saying that Gordy is really really the Steel Samurai? I mean, in a way, she's not wrong. Well, that's a fine way to ruin a gal's dreams. I'm sorry, Lotta. It's okay. You win. I'll give you your info like I promised. Poor Lotta. She got a lot of heart, though. I hate how many puns I fucking realized how many names are goddamn puns. I already knew Larry Butts was a joke. That one I already got. We got a lot of heart. We got old windbag. Jack Hammer. William Powers. That was probably a joke on willpower. I mean, hey, it's one of those things. It's like I still never changed my sound alerts to cost anything. So people, I'm so surprised I don't get more gunshots or FBI's in my ears. Yeah, like, I'm always surprised I don't get that happening more often. To be completely honest, they're all free, and I still forget to constantly change those. See the WoW play, but I didn't hear the WoW play. Heck. Let me check my stuff is. Oh wait. Oh, my alerts got turned off by accident. That's what happened. At least it's free though. God, I'm glad I don't use my desktop sound. Otherwise, you could just hear it, you know. Wow. Stuff. There we go. That worked. Like I was trying to fix disable the reactors that weren't showing properly. Also, I hit the alerts scene instead. Yeah, I want to look into some of that stuff too, like in the weird, more advanced themes. Oh, hi, Sekai. Thanks for making me pie fall. We have a pie now. Fine. Here. Something just... What else information you have? Promise is a promise, I guess. I have heard the cops here saying about the witness tomorrow. That he's the caretaker of the boat rental place up the path here. Rental? Someone there? So deserved. It's an old guy living by himself. All by himself. Y'all should go check it out. Thanks, Lotta. We will. Let's get cracking, Nick. Hold on. Anything else? Yeah, the night of the murder. The camera clicked twice, you know? Wait, have another photo? Well, yeah, but there's nothing in it at all. Just the lake. It wouldn't be much use as evidence, so I kept it myself. It might be helpful at all, but... Here, take it. Bye now. Y'all take care. I'm packing now. Time for me to pack up and leave. I mean, she was hoping to be a big investigative journalist by catching the cryptid. She's going back to school instead. Poor Lotta. It's all Larry's fault. Legend still lives on, I guess. Legend? The legend of Larry. It's familiar to all those who know him for any length of time. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Larry, the guy who does the hot dogs order, his last name is Butts. B-U-T-Z. So when something smells, it's the butts. I can see why you think that first. It said his name is Larry Butts, so he also mentioned he get called Harry Butts a lot as a kid. I should whip that Butts into shape. I need to figure out the pose so I can pose myself face palming. Rental shop out. 126th boat rental shop. Hey Nick! It's the boat rental shop that Lotta was talking about. Right. Can't be anyone around at all. Let's go check it out anyway. Hydrate. Okay, I have coffee. That's hydration, right? Ooh, have fun. Stream. Ew. It looks like chat. I'm just looking at it to people in the chat. I'm just looking fast. I think I gotta do tomorrow. Okay, that's updated now. In the character's shack now. Hey, there's a parrot. Meg, that you? Hey, is that Keith with you? Where have you two been? Worried sick. Nick, you handle this. I think it's going up to you, Maya. Egg! Yes? I made your mind, have you? My mind? You're in the pasta shop when I'm gone. Pasta? Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Make your old man proud. You kids left the house, I didn't know what to think. How does it keep this place running, an old man like me? Polly, the kids are home. Hello, hello, Squawk. Nick, what was that? Parrot. That perch. Keith! Yes? Leave the wet noodle in your capable hands, Sonny. What's the wet noodle? Based on the available evidence, I'd say it's the name of his pasta shop. That's a relief, isn't it, Polly? Hello, hello, Squawk. Hey, yep. Sleeping noises, I can't do those. I'll sleep. Relieved. Then while he sleeps. Wow, what an amazing pair that is. Good morning. Hello? You ignored me. What, you forgot Meg? You call her name first. Name? Polly, how you been? Hello, hello, Squawk. Neat, so the parrot's name is Polly. What did you say is hello? Arr, Polly can say lots of things. You just need to know the secret words. Secret word. Polly, Polly, what's your name? Polly. Squawk. Hee cute. I just found a new friend. Look, Nick, he has an electric blanket on his own table. Looks warm. Great idea, you should do that at the office. Have the clients snug and warm and drink hot cocoa. And what, talk about murders? Oh, you're a party pooper, Nick. We down to do that. I don't know how you down to talk murder. Oh, fuck. How the fuck did I even spill coffee? I just set it down my arm and then it just like exploded. Fuck. Oh, those are various fish in Cold Lake, aren't there? Funny, Nick. These fish are saltwater fish. Look, a little safe. Locked. Wow, there's a television here too. Fishing pole looks expensive. Let's see. Look at kitchen unit. Pretty clean. These look like the type who would keep things tidy like that. Forgetting, Nick. Running a pasta shop here. That's all. Start drinking. Talk. Power station. Snoring noises. My coffee now. Pasta shop? Yep. To think the wet noodle will live on when I'm gone. My father started, you know. Makes you two the third generation. Egg. Yes? Come on, we're starting to see some dough tossing. Dough tossing? You too, Keith. Yes? The best pasta wrangler the West has ever seen. Pasta wrangler? West? Isn't pasta familiar? Egg. Yes? You know the best pasta's always been made west of the Rockies, don't you? Right, of course everybody knows that. Huh? How long do we have to keep this up all in the family charade? I must know something about the murder. I'll wait until we find out what that is. This is a boat rental shop, right? What are you talking about? This here's the Palace of Pasta, the wet noodle. Now that you mentioned it, we haven't gotten any more spaghetti lately. All the kids come in up and say, yo dude, we'll ride in one of your boats. So I keep them boats out there. Youngsters these days, darned if I understand them. Pretty confused myself. Nick, this isn't going. This man, ill man, is the witness tomorrow, right? I gotta find some way to get information out of him. My memory's gotten worse of late. There's everything important to old Polly here. Everything important? Polly, what's the number of the safe? 1228, Squawk. Alright. Hey, Polly, watch it, will ya? See, Nick, I'll take a little cool thinking. Not come with mine. Quick, Nick, write that number down. You don't get me involved in your little high schemes. Listen here, Keith. Remember the tricolor pasta we were talking about? Or rainbow. You're the last color we should use. Indigo blue. Ooh. They worked the way I thought it would. Okay, so let's just try this. Yeah, I got 5% with them. Nope, that's not the key one. If I'm always working. Send it. That's a lawyer's badge. Yes, it is. I don't believe it. The little guy's the first one to recognize my badge. I get it. Huh? Yep, I got you figured out now. You're not Keith. Hey, let's clear things up. Sir? No, I'm not Keith. I'm not Meg either. We're here investigating a murder that took place in Los Lake the other night. Please help us. Lawyer, huh? Please, mister. Alright, I'll help. On one condition. That. Welcome back. Okay. Sounds good. Get some rest, Chris. Especially to be up so early for that collab. You don't want to be sleeping. You don't fall asleep during the collab, after all. Case is over and done. You over on the rat noodle. Will do. Have a good night, Chris. Also on that noodle. Nick, are you sure about this? Hey, he didn't get the case solved. So, who wouldn't want to eat Phoenix noodles? Hey, I guess so. That's my boy! Good for you, Keith. Wait, did I just say... You too, Meg! Yes? You bring a tear to your old man's eye, you know? Bless you. Nope. You're still here. You stop. There goes Chris now. I think she didn't say anything embarrassing before she left. Now what was that you want to know? Speak up, Polly. Hello, Squawk. I was talking to the bird again. Look at him talk to us. I'll sleep. Ruff. I'll sleep. He's sleeping now. The new this is not the right angle. You'll be needing that badge from our pasta shop. Toss it. I think I'll hold on to it if you don't mind. Polly here's my only friend in the world. Isn't that right, Polly? Hello, Squawk. Yep. Yep, I seen this. You know something about this, sir? Keith. Yes? It's okay. Call me Dad. Dad, you know something about this? Yep. The other night out on the lake. Yes? I know about that. I seen it. What? Tell us what you saw. Well, I suppose you're taking over the shop and all. What you saw. Forget the time, but it was pretty dark outside. Probably night, yep. It's after midnight, but okay. I heard this bang, so I looked outside. And I heard another one. Bang! A little while later, the boat comes back. Then a young man walked by my window here. He's mumbling to himself. Yep. What did he say? Yep. I forgot. I remember by tomorrow by court time, I promise. No, earlier than that. You know what? Little Terry's just here. Terry? Yep, that kid next door. Boy, you used to make him cry, remember? He's wearing this tattered old coat. Got himself some whiskers growing out of his face. Talking about Detective Gumshoe. They're gonna tell me to come down to court tomorrow. Really? Get that much useful information from this guy. Maya, maybe we should leave. I think you're right. Oh wait, I have one more question. Huh? Polly, have we forgotten something? Squawk. Don't forget DL6. Squawk. Huh? Wait. Why's a bird? Huh? Huh? Did she just say Nick? One more time, Polly. Don't forget DL6. Squawk. What? The DL6 is in it? Hey, Dad. This is getting weird. He's this old guy. Why would that bird probably know what DL6? I forget who the old man is. Oh. What? He locked the door from the other side. Who would the old man be? I think I need to do a little more research on this DL6 incident. Make sure that's Detective Gumshoe. Yep, and like the old man obviously... I think it's a little sus that the old man afterwards locked the door right after that. Find Gumshoe. Hey pal, long time no see. You don't look so happy. What's wrong this time? I actually want to ask you something. Yeah? Boat caretaker. You know the boat rental shop down at Ford Lake? Oh yeah! The young man who runs it is appearing in witness court tomorrow, right? Huh? How'd you... That was supposed to be top secret. You know who the old man is, detective? Actually, I don't. You have an odd bird. I haven't been able to get a straight answer out of him. At first, he wasn't persuasive enough to stand and testify as a witness. That's what we called Miss Lotta Hart yesterday. As for who he is, we have absolutely no idea. Sounds suspicious. Detective Gumshoe, please help us. Huh? You know what the DL6 is? That was when Edward's father died. I can't help but think it has something to do with this current case. To tell the truth, I don't know much about DL6 either. So Edward forbade us from reading the file. So I'm afraid I can't show them to you either, pal. What? However, you can convince me that the DL6 incident related to this case. Well, I guess I'd consider opening the file up. Okay, there's the bird that, you know, fucking... What's that, a parrot? The old man in the boat, rental shop's parrot. The parrot knew about that incident. That incident? DL6. What? Polly, have you forgotten something? Squawk? Don't forget DL6. Huh? I'm pretty sure that old man must have taught her that word. Yeah, how would that old man know about the DL6 incident? Wait, what if that old man was connected to DL6? Think he might be? I getcha. If you need information on the DL6 incident. So there is the through there is the station's records room. I'll give you a special mission to go in and find what you need. Alright, way to go, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, Nick, to the records room. It is time we face Edgeworth's past. And here, so we can finally find what the L6 is. Number 26, Police Department Records Room. Wow! Amazingly dusty. Years of files and 10 years of dust, I guess. Find that DL6 stuff quick. 15 years ago, both me and Edgeworth were 9 years old. Once through the fourth grade, we suddenly just transferred. Use the DL6? Nick, I found out what the file is. Oh, thanks. Let me know what you want to know about the DL6 incident. Go get the right file. We'll go to examine first. There are shelves stuffed with Kate files in the back of the room too. Bound cases rotting away for eternity. Nick, let's get what we need out here. All this is getting to me. I have to click on things, Maya. There are files in the glass case. The case is so dusty I can't see what's inside. Nick, it's locked. Let's keep important case files in there. Here are the files and click the case report. So there's quite a large volume of reports here. Wow, these are all case reports? Yeah, it's like a graveyard of police cases. I guess my sister's case report. Here too, apparently gathering dust. Can't really keep evidence for the current cases. Some things are obviously murder weapons, some others are food. Most of it just looks like random junk. Nick, what do you think this clothespin is for? Don't touch that, it's evidence. You know, just, again, let lawyers just kind of wander in here and start fucking about. That seems right. Okay, summary. So I have to get a handle on the main facts, like a summary. Right. Summary. Found it. Here you go. December 20th, 2001. Doing the math of that. 2001. 2016. God damn it. This God. This is back in like 2004. So it feels weird seeing this, you know, us being older than this year. It's actually 15 years ago from the day after tomorrow. For 2 days, the case is closed. The incident took place in the elevator of the district courthouse. What? The same district court that we're holding the trial now? Looks like it. A large earthquake at 2 p.m. on that day. Part of the court building collapsed, and all the lights went out. Wow, that was some earthquake. At the time, 3 people were trapped in the elevator. 5 hours from them to be rescued. 5 hours! Scary like that in the dark. Lack of oxygen in the elevator and the survivors were unconscious. Survivors? One of the 3 in the elevator had been shot. Heart. Mr. Edgeworth's father, wasn't it? His father was shot before his very eyes. Miles Edgeworth was one of the passengers in that elevator. Do you have data on the victim? Edgeworth's father? Yeah, hold on. Victim. Here, found it. Gregory Edgeworth, 35, defense attorney. If he were still alive, he'd be 50. He lost that day's case in court and got in the elevator with his son Miles. Miles Edgeworth, of course. Was in the elevator with his father. But the angle of the bullet and the other evidence, it could not have been a suicide. A weapon of pistol was found in the elevator. It was fired 2 times. I've never heard that before. Huh, it's not just like this current case. What's going on here? Any data on that suspect in there? The guy who got my mom arrested. Hold on, this is it. And arrested as a suspect in DL6 was Yanni Yogi? He's a clerk in the court, apparently. And the 3rd person in the elevator. But he had to have done it. But he was found innocent, thanks to his defense lawyer, Robert Hammond. Victim in our case. Right. Suspect, Mr. Yogi, oxygen deprived so much he had brain damage. He he lost all memory of being in the elevator. After that, after he was declared innocent, he disappeared. Where did Yogi have gone to, I wonder? Maybe closer than we think. And I know generally what happened in DL6 now. I don't know what sort of impact the whole thing had on Edgeworth. Nick, we're gonna take the whole file? There's too much. We'll never get it out. You're right. Why don't we just take what we think we'll need? The same case files from 15 years ago are still open. That's what lawyers do, right? Right. That's probably all we'll be able to find here. Now let's just trial tomorrow. I hope Dad will test the flying court. To be continued, because we're on to the next, basically the next intermission for the trial, the next save point for the trial. December 27th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, apparently the prosecution is also ready. Who's the judge here anyway? Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Very well, no opening statement, so... Not so fast, Judge. Taking a meaningful pause before speaking. Oh my god, I still want to throttle this man. Right, of course. A prediction. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now. Order, order. Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now? Ah, must you question everything? It'll be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now. Right. Call my witness. My decisive witness to the stand. That mysterious boat shop owner. Witness, state your profession. I'm proprietor of the restaurant, the Wet Noodle at Good Lake. And I also rent boats. The night of the incident, you were the boat rental shop, right? Yep, I was. Please testify. Wait a second. I haven't heard who this old guy is. Wait a minute. But it doesn't state his name yet. Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. Bah! Predict this trial in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate. Yeah, right. But the witness will state his name. Well, I'm not really sure, yep. What do you mean? My memory... Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name. Oh, he can't recall, you say? Yes, but the incident in the question took place 3 days ago. He can testify. Very well. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we? Witness? The murder. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight, yep. I was in the restaurant where I rent boats, as usual. Then I heard a bang, yep. I walked inside and saw a boat just floating on the lake. And I heard another bang. Just about then, the boat comes back to shore and a man walks by my window. Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination. Oh, fuck off, Von Karma. There is nothing to question my witness's testimony. Ergo, no need for cross-examination. There's only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. Judge, your verdict, now. Yes, Mr. Wright? What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness. Oh, very well, you may begin. Ah! Oh my lord, you are dramatic. Excuse me, Mr. Von Karma? 3 minutes just passed. I see then. Well, let's just take our time. May cross-examine the witness. You're in a fucking hurry, Von Karma, for some reason. Asshole's in like a fuck. He wants to get it going. 20. Just after midnight, you say? Yep, around then. Are you sure? Pretty sure, yep. So you're rather vague about the time. Especially seems so sure about today. I asked him and he remembered. Isn't that right? Don't glare at me like that. I remember it clearly, I did. Yep. See? Continue. I have no idea what I need to do, but press him on everything still. Is there anyone who can verify that? Well, I guess Polly could. Wrong voice. That's not good enough for a court of law. Mr. Wright, what? Mr. Wright, what exactly is not good enough? Ah, Your Honor, this Polly is a parrot. A parrot? Don't be so hard on the girl, Keithy boy. Keith. Hey, Queen. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Did that thought follow me? I didn't see anything fall. That works. Let's see, which one? B. Oh, there it goes. Delayed. I don't have the confetti enabled. I need to enable that eventually. He's doing alright. I mean, he's in more pain now because the nerve blocking they did is like wearing off, so the pain is increased. But they got him on some good pain meds. They got some decent pain meds, so it's curbing the pain at least. Yeah, but it's kind of what it is. What it is. Now I'm just dealing, you know, with this blowhard who was like, ah, holy shit, actually spooked me. Yeah, so now I'm just dealing with this Mr. Blowhard here. Oh, first of all, I'm changing who I'm lurking in there. Back to this. Prosecution concedes that we cannot prove the witness was in the shop. Witness, please continue. Where did the bangs seem to... Oh, well, it's gonna take about 3 weeks before he, goes to get the stitches out. Then another 3 weeks before he decides to check out again. And it's gonna take about 12 weeks total. It's probably gonna take about 12 weeks total for him to heal. It's about 3 months. And he's gonna do physical therapy afterwards because of, you know, not using his foot for 3 months is kind of hard and kind of bad for the muscles in the long term. He's gonna need. Yeah, because basically what happened. What he thinks happened. He really didn't break also because he's on testosterone, right? So when they were doing the surgery, they found his bones were actually hard on the outside but brittle on the inside. It kind of made things take a little longer too. That's probably why his bones didn't break, probably, instead just dislocated and destroyed his tendons instead. Where did the bangs seem to come from? Blake, I figure. Are you certain? Yeah, it was definitely not fun. Yep. Good, continue. Ah! Someone in the boat. It was pretty far out there, I couldn't see clearly. I figured there was 2 men out there, yep. You couldn't see them clearly. Yep. At the time, that is. Time? Oh yeah, pull fast. Pull my rewards queue. There you got your points back now. I always reject all the things that need, like, just to give you your points back, and I like people throwing things. I think it's funny, so. At the time, then I heard another bang. We heard 2 gunshots, so. Yep. A lot of said in her testimony yesterday. By your window. Yep, by a window, right outside the window of my little shack. Did you see the man's face? Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him. This is a rather important detail. Please add it. This is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I have a bad feeling about this. That man was a defendant. He was saying... That man was a defendant. He was saying, I can't believe he's dead. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad! Dad's certain, Keith! He said, I can't believe his dad is just walking by, too. Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth? It was him! That Edgeworth boy! Oh, okay. This sounds like decisive evidence indeed. You never put out. Karma. Allow me to examine just so you can set me for a fall. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the court was glaring at us. Better act quick. It's gonna be all over. Objection! Your Honor, we proved in yesterday's testimony that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun. Mr. Wright. If the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found the gun, the photograph showing the man firing with his left hand. Exactly. That is easily explainable. He could have wiped his prints after he fired. You're ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true. This is also lost in thought. What should I do? He raised objections. Your Honor! Witness claims Edgeworth said, I can't believe he's dead. His word is all we have. You are telling a lie. Mr. Wright. In a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently you have yet to realize even this basic fact. You say his testimony is a lie, show us proof. Think you have evidence? If there's nothing I can do. Sure? To be honest, I don't even know what to do anymore. Please. Can we assist, please? Huge help, Nick needs you. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 3 minutes was perhaps too high of an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record. Enough. The witness may leave the stand. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there need for time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. What? No. Humph. This court finds the defendant Miles Edgeworth guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately. He held pending trial at the higher court within a month of today's date. That is all. Court adjourned. Did I actually lose? Wait! Who was it just now? Me! Huh? What? Larry! What are you doing here? Oh, listen! You gotta listen to me! I was there in the park that night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it until just yesterday. Today I remembered it. Remembered what? The gunshot. Wait, the gunshot! I heard it too! Order. What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for an adjournment. One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So you say you heard a gunshot? Yeah, I did! A gunshot that night! I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony and realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't sit here and call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify. Order! Order! Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed. Judge! You've already given your decision. The trial is over. Nick, this is it. Let's give us just one final chance at this. That's right. If only it wasn't Larry. It could make things even worse. Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse. You're right. Okay. Your Honor. There's other witnesses on duty here to speak. Right here, right now. A waste of time. The verdict cannot be returned. Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistakes are made, every witness should be heard. What is this? I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty. Mr. Von Karma, I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now. What? The court will adjourn for 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned. On December 27th, 10:28 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Whew. That was too close. Gotta keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth. Humph. I've seen worse. Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. I just wonder what Larry planned to say in there. There's the lake that night? Yes. He said he went looking for the steel salmon balloon that flew into the lake. Oh, right. He found the balloon in the air tank that night? Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Huh? Huh? You say something right? Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ah! Hi, is that guy cuckold again? Oh god, the throwing is commencing. Mr. Edgeworth, there's been something I'm meaning to ask you. What's that? What's that? Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon? Oh. He fell into the lake. I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. Makes about thinking. Didn't have a reason, really. I see. Right. Yeah? This might be our chance. Our chance? Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials. Perfect trials? Perfectly prepared witnesses, perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. It's to let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. That someone is Larry. What are you getting at? It's likely his testimony is full of holes, right? That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll milk this one for all it's worth. Hey, it was 15 minutes! 15?! Everything's on Larry now. December 27th, 10:35 a.m. District Court. Court is now back in session. Witness. Please testify to the court about everything that you saw on the night of December 24th. Right! Leave it to me! Please hope you don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness. So Edgeworth is right with this being our big break. What Larry has to say. That night I was out in a boat on the lake. I was looking for something and I found it. I quietly slipped the boat back into at the rental shop dock. As I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I went over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. After I heard that single gunshot, I went home. That was unusually vague testimony to court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong, Nick? It's Larry! I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared. Look, come this far. There's no way to go forward, Nick. Looking for something? Yeah! Mr. Butts, what was he looking for? Hi, Cat. What the witness was searching for is irrelevant. Also, he was hunting for this Gordy. That's surprisingly close to the truth in a sense. It's all irrelevant. Let's get it over with. Why slip the boat back in the rental shop? Where did the sound come from? Yeah, I wasn't too sure of that. Look around, you know. Look at the lake? Yeah, I looked. Is there a lake with the boat in the lake? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Butts? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Everybody just calm down, okay? It was real foggy that night. I'm not sure whether there was a boat out there or not. Oh, okay, no problem. That's just the most important part of this case. Humph! And you heard one bang, correct? Yeah. Huh. I wish your husband wasn't. I don't work on the contradictions. I wish you were more helpful, but I wish you could call my sister. Yeah, we passed on everything. Anything wrong, sorry? So many things wrong, I don't know where to begin. Okay. First of all, what time was it? Well, it was after 11 when I went out on the boat. The time everyone had gone home for the night. Until the coast was clear, so to speak. Why are you out on the boat at such a late hour? Around what time was that? Oh, let's see. I was out searching about for about an hour, so I guess it was around 12? Yeah. You're not sure? Hey, don't give me that face! I'm not sort of some human sundial, okay? We use watches these days, Larry. That wasn't it. Fucking hell, Larry! Wasn't it? Keep fucking up on my saves. I'm missing something. I'm just like, what the fuck am I missing? This one. There we go, that's what it was. Wait a sec, Larry! What? Only heard one bang? You're sure? That's what I said. Bunny bread. Miss a lot of heart testified yesterday that you had 2 bangs. The old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Were you paying attention at all to what they said? Yo, Nick, please! Huh? You know something's been bothering me. Oh, witness, you see, I got a customer here. You gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay? Mr. Butts. What? You only heard one gunshot, I'm sure. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Eh? Not sure? How could we not sure? Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. Was I listening to something else? Something else? My radio, dude, with my headphones. What? Order, order, and stop that booing. Mr. Butts, you were listening to the radio with your headphones? Yeah, so what? That's a crime? It's my radio. Everybody listens to the radio. What's the big deal? Some Von Karma, your opinion. Waste of time. Do not accept this witness, nor his shy testimony. Right, he should continue his testimony. Yes, he should continue his testimony. Your Honor, please allow him to continue his testimony. Bah! Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost. Farewell, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio. Right, leave it to me. I wonder if there were any other way out of this, believe me. Show myself in Twitter class again. I'm gonna retreat, actually. Now we're good. I'm not gonna show myself that hard again. That's a bit too much. That's too much self-promoting. Or trying to get my people on my Twitter to notice. Okay, continuing this. What Larry heard. It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to the all request show on the radio. See, listening to real boom and loud. Like, I was sure I heard that gunshot. Exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too. We're listening to your radio at a high volume. Yeah, what's the problem? I can't imagine listen to his radio in peace. Isn't this a free country? I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is. Judge, you believe a word this witness says? There's probably nothing more than the drum beat from the radio. True enough, it is difficult to believe his testimony. Wait, Your Honor. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot. Excuse me? DJ? An announcer, the guy who says things on the radio. Anyway, what this means when you hear the music sound, there's no music playing. The DJ only talks between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. Cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Very well, Your Honor. That's right. I can't believe I'm continuing the charade. Christmas. Do you turn on the radio? Right! I just wanted to hear someone's voice, you know? You know what it's like being out there alone on Christmas Eve? Alone! I shouldn't have said anything. You by any chance remember the name of the program you listened to? This has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor. Objection sustained. I was listening to the radio. That's all we need to know. Tell us, Mr. Butts, how loud did your radio set that night? Real booming loud? Yeah, you know. You had headphones on? Yep. I wouldn't think you could hear anything going on outside at all. Can you prove that? No, of course. Nah, I can't prove it. I remember that moment real clear. I mean, while I was talking about it, it came back real clear to me, you know? Here's the important press. What did she say? Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. What possible good could the doing what radio DJ said do us? Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. I'll the question only if you see some reason why we should care. We should care. We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should. Why? But how do you know if we don't ask? Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot? You said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas!" I heard the gunshot. The first Christmas I ever heard. There's one gleaming ray of hope there. I gotta press it to read about what happened. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct? Huh? What's up the face? Looks scary, dude. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easy. As you're sweating bullets. Is something the matter, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, you hear what the witness just said? You say, "Hey, it's almost Christmas" when you heard the gunshot. And almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Here's what this means. I heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve. This may be the case, yes. That contradicts the two testimonies we've heard so far, Your Honor. Both Miss Hart and the old man said it was after midnight when they heard the shots. In other words, they heard the gunshots, it was already Christmas. It's a clear contradiction, Your Honor. Those things have been memed to death, I know that much. Or, fuck! Why did that spook me? Who did that also? Teams? Come on, tell me. Chat, tell me who. I'll show my chat. What? What did that then? Oh, it's Queen. Okay, like, it's still not shown in the chat that the Queen of Blades did X or whatever. So I'm like, what the fuck? Order, order. What does this mean? Two prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. Oh shit, I never actually did this also. I shouted her out. She's a streamer. I'm really bad at shoutouts. I think everyone who watches me kind of knows everyone, so two prior witnesses heard the gunshots after midnight. Now this witness says that he heard a gunshot before midnight. Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious. What? What? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think about Mr. Butts claiming he heard the gunshot before midnight? There, he's right. No, he's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard that gunshot before midnight. Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight. Woo! Got gnomed. Look at this photograph. Every fucking time I hear, look at this photograph, I think of that fucking Nickelback song. I hate it. Every fucking time. Look at this photograph. I'm just picturing the guy holding the goddamn photograph saying, "Look at this photograph!" Every time! It's tainted my mind! So every time, it just takes me out of the scene. Every fucking time I see, look at this photograph, I'm just like, I can't think of, I think of fucking Nickelback. I was taken by a witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with her automatic camera. Timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m. Oh yeah, this, I think of all the, like, I heard meme versions pop up sometimes in my head too. It's like, look at this graph. Like, some memes are so stupid, but they still amuse me for some reason. It's like, why does this amuse me so much? Holy. Okay, I think I'm the next victim in this case. There's been 4 shots fired by this gun, apparently. Oh? But there's nothing on the Blake in this picture. Your Honor, the real issue here is why nothing is shown in this photograph. It's why this photograph exists at all. What do you mean? Your Honor, This photograph was taken by an automatic camera. The camera was set to go off in response to loud noises. Aha! Correct. The loud noise in the lake at 11:50. That's where the photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve. Indeed, it would seem that was the case. Where does that leave us? Miss Hart says she heard the gunshots after midnight. You're claiming she was mistaken? Not at all, Your Honor. In fact, is the fact the camera also triggered at the 15 minutes mark after midnight. Your Honor, that night there was 2 strikes of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them. Why would this be? Don't be fooled, Judge. The camera says respond to loud noises. Yes? There's no proof that the loud noise at 11:50 was a gunshot. Others could have sneezed, triggering the camera. Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear! Well, Mr. Wright, coming back now. Can you prove the loud noise at most was indeed a gunshot? What's the evidence? This is my evidence. The murder weapon? Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. All the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When then was the last shot fired? Only now I realize the truth. The 3rd shot was the shot Larry heard just before midnight. Order! Order! That makes sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, you're wondering exactly what did happen on the night of this lake. Exactly! This is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated 25 minutes. One at 11:50 and another 15 minutes after at midnight. 15 minutes after midnight. Why, ask you? Why? Oh, I better think of something quick. Wait a second. Gunshots separated 25 minutes. Ah! What's wrong, Nick? I have it! I have it! Huh? Remember the case with the Steel Samurai? Huh? Yeah, of course I remember. The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case. What do you mean? Maya! Yes, if we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edward's guilty verdict. I got a hunch I'm gonna run with it. Right, I mean, is it safe? Safe? Already got a guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose. Just watch and let me say if I think that sounds fishy, okay? Right, Nick. Your Honor! Yes, Mr. Wright. Testimony just now has cleared this entire case. Potatoes. Yeah, okay, the rating ceremony, okay. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Do you finally realize the truth? There can be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself. Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting. Ah! Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, 1 boat was on that lake. This was shown with the witness's photograph. Okay, I'm sitting up. Defendant Edgeworth and the victim Robert Hammond were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired on that boat and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance to the shooting was 1 meter. It could have been suicide. Well, the guilty party has to be none other than the other man on that boat. I admit it's hard to imagine any other possibility. Yes, but this assumes the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? We have photographic evidence at the time of the shooting. The timestamp of the photo says 15. But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot in the lake. It's the only way Edgeworth could be innocent. Mr. Wright.
Oh, well?
Quite mad. Oh, hello, Wu. Explain who the 2 men on the boat were. Of course, it was Edgeworth and the murderer. If the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50, he assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth. I can drink water because I need to. His voice is drying my throat out fucking hell. Thank you for the hydrate. What? Are you serious? Yes, Edward won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edward to the lake. Now, Edward didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place. I'm not sure what to make of all of this. Ludicrous! Mr. Wright. Tell us the name of the murderer, then. Murderer's name? Right, it's... Actually, I don't know the murderer's name. Don't know? Ah! Again, you waste my time! I don't know because he never told us. The murderer is the caretaker of that boat shop, the old man. At 11:50, he was the only one who killed Robert Hammond. The caretaker of the boat shop? Interesting. Those people keep you going alive. Just making sure again with the message to me, because he guess he needed something. The caretaker of the boat shop? Where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then. Or we have to go all the way out on the lake just to shoot someone. I suggest the real scene of this crime was not on a boat. What? Well then, where did the murder take place? Where the murder really took place? Take that! Here, of course, the boat shop where he lives. That we can meet with the victim without anyone seeing. Do you have proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime? Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. Ah! That night he was on the lake on the boat, searching for something. Finds it and returns the boat. Then just as he's starting to head for home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor. Even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, that gunshot was very, very close by. Or would that be if he had just returned a boat? The boat shop. Mr. Wright. What happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please tell the court from the beginning. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, are you sure about this? Not really, but I think if I start from the very beginning, so I might be able to figure out this case. That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop. It was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. And he got on the boat with Edgeworth and he went out into the middle of the lake. And who fired the boat or the pistol, Mr. Wright? Boat shop caretaker. Which was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose. Wait a minute. Yes? I only shoot twice but didn't mean to hit anyone. Details. Details. Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tells me the murderer had to fight twice. Fired twice. I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor. Create a witness? The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. Ventures that anyone who heard the shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first gunshot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him. I see. Someone looking from the edge of the lake. It would appear that one of the men the boat had just shot the other. Murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice to draw attention to the boat. Once you realize that, everything else falls into place. Boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put on Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body, threw the body to the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on Gourd Lake. Pregnant pause goes here. Bailiff! Bring up the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly. Very well. While we are waiting for the caretaker, I'd like to ask the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said. Hi, Shiro. How you doing? Let's get to the bottom of a very involved case. I don't think I'm beating any bums, though. I mean, the caretaker does look kind of like a bum. I will say that. Yes. Well, why did you go to the lake that night? What Wright has said it was mostly correct. Ah! Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. Also, you know, she was also like the extra hydrate and throw a lot of things at me you can redeem too. I should probably rename the extra hydrate to be more clear, because it's not a normal hydrate. Yeah, there you go. He asked me to come to the boat shop at the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me. Something important? I'm sorry. I can't say what it was. Your Honor, sir! Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I have asked you to remain quiet. The witness has disappeared. He isn't at the boat shop either. What? What should I do? Find him quickly. We cannot allow him to get away. Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared. A search warrant has already been issued. It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. Extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. The rest of the police department uses all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important in this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is. Very well. Court is adjourned. And we're through the second day of trial. Well, at the end of that at least. This is December 27th at 1:22 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Hey, Nick, you did it! Yeah, well, at least we got her out from under that guilty verdict. And what about Larry? That was something else. Even Von Karma didn't know to with his testimony. Larry really helped us out. Sure, we'll accept through his unique testimony. Still, he did save us. I wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time. I know what you mean. I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Did you say something? Don't look so pained. It looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. Try to smile just a little. Relax. Sorry. I fear it's not over for me yet. What do you mean? Right. Something that's been troubling me for a long time now. I don't know whether or not to tell you. Edgeworth? No, there's so little time left. I want to tell you to get off my chest, but I can't make up my mind. What is this about, Edgeworth? It's a nightmare I've had. Memory of a crime that I committed. A crime that you committed. A memory of a murder. To be continued! After, you know, dramatic pauses. I think I know what his memory is. Remember, he was in an elevator with his dad and one other person when his dad got shot, and they all like lacked oxygen. Like the point, the third person there got brain damage. So you know, he probably has nightmares. Maybe he killed his dad. Is my bet. What was Mr. Edgeworth talking about? Oh, here we can get it now. Memory of a crime that I committed. Memory. Murder. What am I? He's not elaborating. Do you think Mr. Edgeworth killed? I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory's been troubling him recently. But he'd never take someone's life. Never. Nick. Yo! How's everyone doing? What do you think of my performance today? I am swooning in the aisles. Huh, Maya? Swooning? Me? Oh yes. I do remember feeling faint. Right on! Tell me the truth. Was it like love at first sight, right? Right, Nick? Huh? Me? Maybe my heart skipped a beat or two. Well, you can do better than that. Come on! I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy! You guys should be bowing before me. Yeah, bow before your hero. Oh my god, Larry. Larry, you really helped out in the trial today. You did! You weren't there, Larry. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty. But seriously, Nick. That boat shop caretaker guy is pretty suspicious. The AJ ain't off the hook yet. I just spoil the mood, Larry. Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? When I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can you really know he's telling the truth about that night? Nick? I don't know. But what I do know is, I'm going to believe in you two until the end. Us two? Edgeworth and... who else? You mean me, right? Yeah, he means me, right, Nick? Yeah, you, Larry. Not me? But why you, Larry? Huh? Actually, yeah. Why me, Nick? Enough of the silent treatment. Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? He's changed recently, true, but when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think? I didn't know him back then. Back when he went to become a defense attorney. Wait, was that when you two were classmates? Yes, in grade school. Hey, we get backstory now! They saved me. Miles. And Larry. They saved me, I'll never forget it. So I became a defense attorney, you know? What? Hey, Larry, what's he talking about? Huh? Sorry, I kind of forgot. Oh. Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm going to hear this story today, and that's final. Okay. Not a long story, so hang in there. It's the very end of 3rd grade. I was on trial. Class trial. A class trial? Remember, Larry? Spring, end of 3rd grade? Again, our class got his lunch money stolen. Lunch money? The school is really small. Every month, kids were bringing out an envelope with money for lunch from home. Huh, I see. Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared with $38 still inside. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that. God. Next thing I'm gonna play is do something that's less reading everything going on. God, my mouth, throat. I'm gonna finish this damn case tonight. As long as it gets me kicked on to bed, I'm gonna finish it. I can see why you'd forget though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. It was coming down with the cold, so I'd skip PE that day. I was the only one not in class. So, they thought you did it? Yeah. Kids in class session for trial. Trial? Next day we held a classroom trial with me as the defendant. I didn't do it! Guilty! He did it! Guilty! It was you! Thief! Give him the money back! You're such a meanie! No one play with him! Just admit you did it! You can't hide the truth! Tell us the truth! We're not gonna play with you more. Yeah, no borrowing, not erase this other. Hey, shoot me a relay race, or the library committee. Give me a 50 cents I loaned you. Hey, did you have the bank the other day? Now, Phoenix, you should know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right. In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it. Go over and apologize, Phoenix. I didn't know what was happening. It was so sad I couldn't stop crying. It was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money would have been stolen sitting. That's when it happened. He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed, amateurs. Miles? You had a fucking... I forgot you had a fucking suit as a kid. It wasn't you who stole my money, was it? No. You shouldn't apologize. I'm not even shouting you did, but no one has any proof. That's why, Your Honor, this boy's innocent. Miles, your money was stolen. Yeah, he did it. He's the one. You don't need proof. Make him say he's sorry. Why don't you all just shut up? This is always how it is. Everybody ganging up and picking on one person. Just see how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it. Very well. I'll place the money myself. This class trial's over. That's how it happened. After that, three of us were the best of friends. Wow, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea either. I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot. That's when I learned what it meant to be alone. Go alone without a friend in the world. It's a good thing, Larry. Yeah, well, I was lucky that I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, they would have thought I'd done it. I took it kind of personally, you see. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Ah, messages. Still no again, okay. Let's see where those pings came from. Okay, I guess I'm very vigilant for making sure it's not Gen messaging me, you know, since he is, you know, still in bed and all that. I should also take care of this in my but that's completed. The rest of this is all rejected because obviously I want your points back for throwing things at me. I like guys. I want you guys to just keep throwing things, so I'm just always gonna. No, I will always. I basically make them like 100 points, so if you don't can't endlessly spam it, just get derail things. But I will always reject those too, though, so that people get the points back. I just don't want I want to make this have a cooldown between spamming it, basically, not putting an actual cooldown. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after that crash trial. So I heard his father was a defense attorney. His eyes would shine when he talked about his father. Corner piece. I've been a defense attorney, just like my father. A famous defense attorney. A few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school. The DL6 incident. Sorry, taking a bit of bounty. I'm kind of hungry. Right, I'm not sure, but it has probably to do with his father's death. That's so sad. Several years later, I heard Edgeworth's name again. An article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something the dark suspicions of a demon attorney. Fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. Looks like he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all. So I thought too. I got in touch with him about, I don't know how many times. He never replied. He didn't want to see his old friends. I couldn't just stop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he had become who he became. That's what I decided. Wait, you don't mean... That's why? So I became a defense attorney? Meet Edgeworth? That's why people... why people ship him, I don't think you would... I mean, going to the length of going a fucking lawyer to meet somebody. I mean, that's kind of... You gotta say, that's kind of... You can see some subtext in there. Another brownie back real fast. As a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me. Whether to meet whether he wanted to or not. Oh, the other thing at the beginning of this, like, he's like, well, he also like, oh, again, the best. 1 second. So, he's like, well, after for the first court battle against, he's like, you awakened, you reminded me of some complicated feelings or something like that. So it's like, the subtext, you know, like. But anyways, Gen needs more yarn, so I'll be 1 second. Okay, I'm back. And for context on the whole yarn thing, since basically I'm in the basement right now. This is our normal me and Gen's normal area is. He has a busted foot, so I mean, he obviously can't really go over downstairs. So right now he's in bed, crocheting and stuff like that, but he can't exactly come down and get more yarn because, you know, he can't go downstairs. So, which I'm like, I was back and call that kind of stuff. Okay, so I should continue. How is the defensive turn? Yeah, he crochets a lot of things. He crocheted my hat. He made multiple hats of me. He's made a blanket. He's working on like a big ass blanket. He's made a really nice scarf. He made me a few scarves and a really nice long one. It has Dragoon on stuff on it because that's what I play in Final Fantasy. It's a Black Mage from this. The word Black Mage and Rainbow. Yay. If I was a defense attorney, I knew we'd have to meet whether he wanted to or not. Oh, why am I not hitting enter? I'm in OBS still, aren't I? Yes, I am. Court. He just believed in me, and I believed in him. Pain. No one's on his side. I'm the one who knows what the Edgeworth. I'm the one who can help them. Whoa, Nick. So, is that why you helped me out for free? Yes. Because I believed in you. I don't remember saying I'd do it for free. Aw, Nick! 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 To save Mr. Edgeworth if that's the last thing we do, okay? Right. Very well, maybe. Where's that rental boat shop caretaker? To find out who or what he is. Myself or who? Clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Let's go. Yeah, all the unneeded evidence, anything that's unneeded evidence has now been chucked. Detention Center. October 27th, Detention Center Visitors Room. As grim as always. Humph. Mr. Edgeworth, I heard the story of the Clash trial. Clash trial? What do you mean? Remember? No, I don't. Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it? 3rd grade? Lunch money? Oh. Oh, right. Yes, I've ever remember something like that. Nick, I think you're really the only one who really remembers. Well, it probably only mattered to me anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? Charles the reason Nick became a defense attorney. Ridiculous! Gee, thanks. That said, that's not the kind of thing you do. I'm gonna change a bit and have you right. So simple. To our fault, even. Well, maybe, yeah, but... Changed too much. I think you changed too much, Edgeworth. Perhaps. Hey, Edgeworth, why'd you become a prosecutor anyways? You still look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right? I couldn't let myself deny reality like you. What do you mean? My father was taken from me to put me to defend criminals. I'm sorry, Wright, but I'm not that good of a person. One suspect was behind your father's murder, right? Yes, the man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi. He had to be the shooter any way you look at it. Yet he was found innocent. The defense attorney got him off the hook. Maybe Robert Hammond. On that day, 15 years ago, 3 of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I had lost all memory of the murder. Lost your memory? Even now, I can't recall exactly what happened in the elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. Saying that Yanni Yogi had not been of sound mind due to oxygen deprivation. Yogi was at least due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys. Judged by Von Karma. He's my teacher and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him. He's like my sister was to you. He is a perfectionist in all things. In court, personal life, I'm obsessed with doing everything perfectly. Why is such an asshole? Perfectly, huh? In all of the cases he's taken on, none were left unsolved. Not one suspect was declared innocent. Ever. But that's... I know. Possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it is impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job to find the suspect guilty. Perfectly. In any case, it's nigh one possible to find a weakness in him. If their weakness appear, he will do everything in his power to make it go away. Worth? What you're saying is true, your head is very guilty, said Mrs. he's right. He doesn't tell him to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth. Strange situation which I find myself, I'll admit. No kidding. There's that case that changed my life. Tomorrow, December 28th, the statute of limitations run out. Tomorrow, could that be a coincidence? What if the case is finally closed on paper? Will never be erased from my memory. Never. Or Mr. Edgeworth. Nick, no! It's a photo of his father. Don't show him that. You're right. Now it's probably not a good time to just... What is it? Nothing? Huh? Yeah, you know, show a pick guy who's currently feeling guilt over... Still feels a lot of guilt over his father's death. And worry over it. Show him a picture of his dead dad. That's a great idea. Same things it always says in here, so I think that doesn't change much. Move, see, I know where I'm going though. Go straight for Gourd Lake. Hey pal, long time no see. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. Close one today, eh? I got so worked up and I snapped my tie in half. Sorry about that. No problem, pal. Thanks to you, we know we really did it. You mean the boat shop caretaker? Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial tomorrow. Come what may. It's my duty to use a police officer. Now I'm off to catch the criminal. I think Gumshoe sure is active today. Oh, one other thing. Eek! No one else can go into the woods today. The woods? Where Lotto is camping? Woods off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one can go in for a while. I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble. Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Huh? The steel eyesore is missing. Eyesore? The hot dog stand is closed too. I guess Layer's too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show for work. Old caretaker got away. Yep. Never imagined he might be the real murderer. Ahem! I'd know that thought clear without anywhere. Aha! Hello! What might you be doing here? Out for a walk, hmm? Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. Whose youth smells like fresh lemon still? Who the fuck's you a cleaner? Mr. Grossberg! This is time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow. That is true, yes. When I saw the trial, Mr. Edgeworth should be fine, right? Well, not so sure of that. Oh ho, what do you mean by that? Not sure. If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I'll offer you some assistance. Thanks. Bye. What Mr. Grossberg was doing here anyway? Who knows? Nobody's home. Hello! Hello! Squawk! Hey, it's Polly! Wait, almost gone, Polly. Hello! Hello! Squawk! Maybe one of these poor parrot to fend for herself. Hello! Hello! Squawk! Gotta stop squawking. Reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number of the safe, right? Yeah, that's right. Polly, what's the number of the safe? 1228! Squawk! Let's open it, Nick. Come on. Show there's any money in there. But hey, he keeps it locked, right? There's something of value in there. Not so sure. Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there. Might be a clue or two. I think here is a letter. A letter? Aw, boring. I don't think a signature on this thing. Some very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth! Nick! Why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here? How should I know? I want to read the whole thing. Hi, Genshiro! Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Melissa says, this is your last chance. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. This letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond and frame Edgeworth. Long Edgeworth out on the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. Oh, here. The detail. What do you think it means, Nick? I don't know. These are instructions for that caretaker. He killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth. He was following instructions. But who could have written that letter? What does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth? Look, I don't know, okay? But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue. The plot thickens even further. That the whole fucking thing is like, you know, going for the safe. He didn't take a letter with him. I was in a hurry, right? I think he came back here before the trial. The plot is thick as molasses at this point. Hey, you should take care of Polly, Nick? Probably should have just kidnapped her. You just know about her anyway. I'm sure they'll do something. Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you. Right now the bird's gonna hate me. Hey, Nick, did you put pictures of fish up on the wall that buzz with them? Yeah, I guess so. You mean pictures of the fish they caught, right? Right. Does all the fish here look like really puny to you? You know what they say. You should have seen the one that got away! The one that got away from us was the caretaker. I did see him. I feel like we're having too many conversations here. Yeah, I guess the whole pasta wash on is why. What, you thought you were saying the truth? I think it's cool, because he didn't turn his heater on. He hasn't been back here since the trial. Maybe we should bring him to the second gumshoe. Don't they just the caretaker in mind? There's even the metal sector in this exchange. Maybe we better not. Ah! What's wrong? Huh? Oh, never mind. What? Tell me. Just when I saw the TV, I remembered. Showing a Pink Princess special this week. Oh. See? I don't want to tell you. Hey, your special's important. Move. Shop. Go to Grossberg, because if you found anything out, go to Grossberg. One day left, Nick. Yeah, I know. Well, no time to waste, let's get going. No choice out of Grossberg office. He's out again. When does he work anyway? Now, don't be harsh. Back later. Guess we'll go show Edgeworth this then. Edgeworth. Letter? Let's go to the safe in the shack where that boat rental's caretaker lives. Let's see. Revenge on me? Who is that old guy anyway? I don't know. You be an innocent that you got the clip guilty or something? Nice, right, but I don't remember that old man. Not at all. What's on this letter then? Which means there's someone else behind it. Now's the time to get the revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond? It says this is your last chance. Last chance? Wait, maybe. Talking about the statute of limitations of the DL6 incident. Wait, that old man! What is it? Do you know who he is? Yogi. Could he be Yogi? Yogi? Suspect of the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. He had just happened to be in that elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. But there for so long it felt like forever. The air thinned and the darkness closed in on us. In that little box. We became unsettled. I can't breathe! Quiet! I said quiet. You're not making this any easier. I want to get out! Help! Get us out! Don't shout, you're using more oxygen. That's all I remember. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed staring at the ceiling. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court and Yogi was found innocent. Huh, but isn't that strange? That tells him to get revenge on Edward. I want to take revenge on you. Right. Yeah? There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you. In a nightmare? It's a nightmare I've had. Memory of a crime that I committed. Crime you committed? Memory. Murder. I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had almost the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time. What kind of dream? It's a dream about my father's killing. The dark. Help! Help! I can't breathe! Quiet! I said quiet. You're not making this any easier. I want to get out! Help! Get us out! Don't shout. You'll use up more oxygen. I can't breathe. You using up my air. What? Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you. What are you? Stop breathing my air! No, father. He's attacking father. Then I see the pistol laying by my feet. All was evidence from that day in court of the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol. Get away! Get away from my father! Bang! Ugh! At the scream, I wake. A bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years. But it's just a dream, right? Right? That was the only thing that's kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? That sometimes people shut up memories in self-defense. It was I who killed my father. What? If you think about that way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me. Wait, Edgeworth! You mean... It was me. I was the true criminal of DL6. I shot my father. This is bad. What are we gonna do, Nick? What can we do? I don't know. I don't think there is anything we can do, like it or not. There's someone else who knows... a lot about the DL6 incident, maybe. There is, Nick! There's someone else who knows a lot about DL6. Mr. Grossberg! Ah, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled. No kidding. I can't believe you're not. My. Just calm down and tell me what's happened. It's Mr. Edgeworth. He crying noises. I'm not faking crying. I'm not good at that. I see. Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father. Only a dream. Only a dream. I wonder. Or what? If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled? Well, consider this. Though he quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep he'd want to frame him for murder. To me surmise, Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream. Real. As you imagined. Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father. The pistol fired and the deed was done. No! I don't believe it! Nick was suspected of murder and his career as a bailiff. Was irrevocably wrecked. Thus, he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close. But you know what, Miles Edgeworth's father? He was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer now that I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Fey. My sister? Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques. That's no surprise. Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result is a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods. And he lost. And died in despair, as it were. See. When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called a spirit meeting. That was your mother, Misty Fey. I am Gregory Edgeworth. I have been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi. Yet Yogi was found innocent. That's why my mother left us. Some called her a fraud. That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one whose line was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who had shot him. I don't believe it. Saying he falsified his testimony? Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son? It's only a possibility, mind you. But a possibility nonetheless. Oh ho! So this is the letter? But Yogi was following his letter when he killed Hammond. Why kill Robert Hammond? Hammond was a skilled defense attorney, but he defended clients not for their sake, but his own. Huh? Sake? He never trusted his clients, that one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability. He just can't find innocence, so why should that try to matter? Actually, my dear, it is quite different. He wanted the innocent version, but no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined. Understand soon enough. Wait. What is it? This letter. His handwriting somewhere before. Long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? You know who wrote this? Manfred von Karma. Could it be Manfred von Karma? Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with this? Well, not sure. Von Karma. Wait! You're right, my boy! This is Von Karma's handwriting, I'm sure of it. We just see it all the time on court reports. What? But that means... Who told Mr. Yogi to kill was... Correct. Manfred von Karma himself. What does this mean, then? Why would Von Karma want to frame Edgeworth? Truly was it Von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. You know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. To say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. Press the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty. Oh no! But how could Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's path like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was a nightmare. That I do not know. I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and perfectionist. He is seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son. What do you mean? It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win, but he didn't make it through the trial unscarred. What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma? Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial, but Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. When he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusations stood. Faulty evidence. It was the only penalty Von Karma received his career as prosecutor. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record. Wow. It would have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. Vacation? Yes, an unusual event for the man. It was the first and last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting. Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to the sea or to the mountains? Tell me he's never been to Europe! What strange ideas about vacations, Maya. In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from his work. Up believe the penalty upset him quite a lot. Odd. You prefer record so badly. Took such a long vacation. What do we do, Nick? Von Karma's going to bring up the DL6. Bet on it. What if Mr. Eldrith pleads guilty to DL6? I won't let him! Yes, Mr. Wright. Just say this. Your accidental murder is murder, you know. I know that! I just believe in Edward's innocence. I can't believe he'd kill someone. But Nick, Edward admits himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave. I don't care! No, he's not guilty. Mr. Wright. Say so, I suppose I could go check in. Please follow my hold something of interest. Mr. Grossberg. Thank you. Can't promise anything, though. I think the chances of finding something are slim. I understand. Please materials. It's hardly anyone here. Must be out no guy. Yogi. Ah, it's you. I'm the Gumshoe will be coming back today. Staying out late looking for someone. Like Detective Gumshoe's pounding the pavement for real. I wonder if we could check out the records room again. Well, now I can't have anyone just wandering around in there. But I guess Mr. Von Karma's in there now anyway. You can go in as long as he's there. Von Karma? Yes, he just arrived actually. Von Karma's in the police records room. Hey, Nick, let's hurry. That's not good. Chief. What? That's not possible. What ended yesterday? Predictions on the future on someone's homepage. Hello, detectives. So, what are your hobbies? Well, I like to do stakeouts now and then. Doing image training for our first date. This is not suspicious. Oh, hey! Why is the current evidence drawer open, Von Karma? Huh? Dusty as always. Here just yesterday. I'm sure they haven't had them clean. What's wrong, Nick? Nothing. There's something that isn't here. Von Karma. Huh? The door here is open. Looking in it recently. Those unsolved cases of evidence. Solved cases? Nick! Alpha DL6, it's completely empty. What? What are you doing in here? Von Karma! You! How do you know my name? Huh? Have we met? What are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team. Defense team? Ahem, I beg your pardon. You see, I rarely remember defense attorneys. They're like bugs to me. Needless things to be crushed. See how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor. So Edgeworth is your student, right? A romanticist who still can't shut that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father. Always second-rate. Mr. Von Karma. You had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you? Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney? Why? Built to blow to your otherwise perfect trial record? Humph. You did. What I don't get is, why do you take his son under your wing afterwards? Son of your most bitter rival. That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt. 15 years ago, you mean? You're quite the researcher. You've done your homework so well. Then certainly you must understand. You know what Mr. Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow. You're right. Von Karma is going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. It was you, wasn't it? Instructed Yanni Yogi to commit murder. Yanni Yogi. How many years since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it. So you admit it? You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter? Yes, my dear defense attorney. You're taking the trouble to bring it to me. Saving me a lot of needless hassle. What? Nick, what is that thing? A stun gun for self-defense, usually. Indeed. 6,000 volts will course through your body just like a dog just feeling intense. 600,000? Oh, don't worry, people don't die from it. Usually. Now give me the letter. No! No! What are you... Nick, run! Ah! Maya! Out of my way! Ah! Noises of being shocked. I've been tased. I don't want to make that scream again. I've been tasered. That shit hurts. I guess the taser's probably more intense than a stun gun too. Letter's gone, of course. Took the DL6 evidence, all of it. I have no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay? Maya. You know, none of the cops come check out screaming in the evidence locker. Maya, open your eyes. Maya. The letter. Did you take it? Huh? Yeah, are you okay? I couldn't stop him. That's the code, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. I'm not good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't call my sister. Even now we need her the most. I hadn't woken up at all. Maya! See if we can help her. Stop comments first. Maya, she's holding on to something. A bullet? DL6 evidence number 7, taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. I remember. When Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. Gee, Maya. Most definitely not useless. I'll put you in court tomorrow. I mean, from this point, at this point, I will admit I do remember most of what's going a lot at this point because this is very pivotal stuff, but I don't remember how to get to it. So we'll find out. December 28th, 9:51, District Court, in lobby number 2. This is the end of this case too. This is the final day of the trial. Water. These notifications are fast, so I can make sure I don't get pings me. Check one other thing real fast. This is it, Judgment Day. Today things are going to be settled at last. A lot of things. What's the big idea? Sorry, Nick. I touched your shoulder. Guess this shock isn't more of my one son guy, you say. Anyhow, today's the last day of the trial. Good luck, Nick. Yeah, thanks, Maya. This is love as always. Don't come and push it too hard. Whoa! What are you doing? Sorry, I'm sorry. Just thought I'd chew you a little pat on the back. Maya, maybe you should go outside and discharge? Right, good idea. I'll just electrocute you on your way out. Whoa, okay, pal! I don't think this is how stun guns work, but I'm just gonna be like, okay, sure. Oh, that's on those treatment when it rains and basically, help somebody else. So I had to bonk Zelda fast. Anyways, what's gotten into that girl? Detective Gumshoe. Morning. Morning, Mr. Edgeworth. Good morning. How did it go, Detective? Have no fear. As promised, I've captured an runaway caretaker. I just brought him in. That took all night, pal. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. You must be tired. Actually, after that shock I got on the way in, I feel pretty good. He says he's forgotten his own name, but that has to be a lie. Why would he go adventure on if he couldn't remember his past? Remember, and I'm going to prove it. Oh boy. December 28th, 10 a.m., District Court, for 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth. This is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready. Right. Very well. We reached the final day of our proceedings in this trial. As the prosecution submit divisive evidence. Understood. Come on, don't be all in the sense about every little thing he says. Very well, Mr. Come on, your opening statement. Right. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe's efforts, the boat rental shop caretaker has been arrested. Yesterday's trial, the defense is centered that the caretaker was the murderer. However, the caretaker is yet to confirm this. I'd like to ask the defense to cross-examine him as much as necessary. Very well. Please bring the witness in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe you all remember our witness. He lives in the boat rental shop on the lake from where he witnessed the incident. Additionally, he has currently lost memory of his name and identity. Witness! Why did you run away yesterday? Witness was not running away as he will now testify. I see. Very well, please begin your testimony. Court. I'm really sorry about you just leaving yesterday like I did. I wasn't running away or nothing. I went to buy some food for Polly, see? I figured I got nothing to do with this incident anyhow. I mean, I need one of those motive things, right? I don't got one. So testimony yesterday stands as it is. Very well. In the cross-examination, shall we? Know his name. Yanni Yogi, you're Yanni Yogi and I'm gonna prove it. How you did running away and not just leaving. You heard Larry's testimony and realized you were in danger. Now, Mr. Wright, there's no need to rush to conclusions. As said, the witness was not running away. Listen to the testimony. It sure seems relaxed. Like they both do. Von Karma and Yanni Yogi. Then why did you leave? He's just about to say why. It's so hard to listen quietly while someone is talking. Sat quietly, Edgeworth will be guilty in 3 minutes. Food? Well, Polly's a bit of a gourmand, you see. She always gets high-quality bird pellets from France. They only have them in the big pet shop downtown. You weren't arrested until this morning. Why didn't you go back to the caretaker shack? Well, we kinda got lost, you see. The witness has trouble remembering things sometimes. When the police apprehended him, he was on his way back to the shack. Yeah, right. Nice try, Von Karma. No one's gonna believe that. I see. So he was lost. Please, Your Honor, come to your senses. You've lost much of your memory. Is that correct? Yep. Seems like it. How could you know you'd have anything to do with this incident? Or maybe you're lying about not having a memory. Know exactly who you are. The witness has testified quite clearly he has no memory of who he is. You claim he's lying and show the court proof. What's going on in Connor's head? That's impossible. Fred. Glad you come to your senses, Mr. Wright. Very well, just continue. I mean, any one of those motive things, right? I don't got one. How can you say you had no motive? I say you do. You had a grudge against Edgeworth and the victim, Robert Hammond. You took revenge on them, right? Please don't make me repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The witness has no memory of anything beyond several years ago. He can't hold a grudge. It is impossible. Who's like was moving? Otherwise, it's going to be the same thing over and over until the trial ends. Might I say something, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Been saying the same thing over and over. What was his memory of the past and the question therefore lack of her thereof? Does we have anything to do with the current case? Of course, Your Honor. This said he has nothing to do with this case with no motive. Both these statements are lies. Order! Mr. Wright, this is a serious problem with your claim. You're saying you know who this witness is? Of course, Your Honor. Oh ho, now this is interesting. I would like to know myself. So who is he? Don't play dumb, Von Karma. Mr. Wright, please tell us this witness's name. His name is Yanni Yogi, a former court bailiff. Yogi? The name's so familiar. Oh! Yanni Yogi from the DL6 incident. The judge would have heard of it. It was such a famous case. What does that mean? Your Honor, if this man is Yanni Yogi, there needs to be a motive. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Jumping to conclusions again, Mr. Wright. This witness is Yanni Yogi. Fascinating. However, how do you propose to prove this to the court? As a court of law, as you may recall, you need proof. I feel like he says it kind of venom because, you know, he has the fucking letter. We probably burned it at this point. Allow me to repeat once more, the witness has lost his memory. I have to do this now. I can't prove he's Yogi right here, right now. I got nowhere else to go. Nick, how are you gonna prove it? Even if he's Yanni Yogi. It's okay. It's actually quite simple. Your Honor, please take this man's fingerprints. We have the fingerprints on file from Yanni Yogi's 15 years ago. I see, that makes sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Huh? I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. Why? The witness has no fingerprints. What? What? No fingerprints? You see, before I worked as a caretaker, I worked at a chemical plant. I burned my fingers working at the stuff. Yeah, yep. What? Yogi, you sneak. Burned your fingerprints off to hide your past. This is no fingerprints. Yes, we will not be able to prove this image. No. Just, well, what you do, Mr. Wright? Did the case have been decided? No. No! I know what will happen. I know everything. I just can't prove it. But no, I can't let it in like this. I can't lose. Another way. There's no one who can testify as to who this witness is. No one. Nick, what are we gonna do? I didn't even consider that he might erase his fingerprints. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something super stupid. Well, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to cross-examine his parrot for a little comic relief, Yeah, very funny. You're a sore winner, Von Karma. Wait a second. Examine his parrot. What is it? What is it? No. No, you're not going to. Your Honor. The defense would like to take Mr. Von Karma up on his proposal. Take Mr. Von Karma up? On my proposal? Exactly, Your Honor! I would like to cross-examine the witness's pet parrot! Oh god, I forgot that was gonna happen. Oh my god. Order! Order! Well, what do you think, Mr. Von Karma? Did you even ask? This is a farce! I object! Wait a second. You're the one who suggested I cross-examine the parrot, Von Karma. I have a right to do so, as you suggested. Well, if you're so desperate, then please be my guest. Of course, should you go through with this, if anything comes of it, then I hope you're ready for the consequences. Nick, this is crazy. Well, so to go through with your little game? Let the parrot take the stand! I will cross-examine her, Your Honor. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Von Karma's rigged every person's testimony, every piece of evidence. Except the parrot. Just let my last chance. At least, I think so. Bailiff, bring in the parrot! I can't take this fucking... Ah. That's quite a bird. Please tell us your name. Name! The witness is ignoring me. Must hurt to be ignored by a bird. I am very well, witness. Who is your owner? Please testify for us. Who is your owner? Hello! Hello! Squawk! Certainly the most concise testimony you've had so far. Very well, begin your cross-examination. Right. What are you going to do, Nick? I don't know. What do we do, Maya? Witness! You can't just say hello! I should testify! Maya, you talk to her. Alright, what do I say? I should give her say her name. Polly! Polly, what's your name? Polly! Polly! Squawk! Mr. Wright. You established that the parent is Polly. You're the owner of the identity? No, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything that, no. Please only ask questions pertaining to the matter at hand. Oh, continue your testimony. You're here to speak, you must speak to me. Right? Frankly, I can't believe you're speaking to the parent. Well, I guess we should try some shower. The judge is the owner of Mr. Yogi. Got this dialogue tree again. I've forgotten something. Oh, 2 days ago. Polly, Polly, have we forgotten something? Squawk! Don't forget DL6! Squawk! I can get Polly to say that here. I approve that the caretaker has something to do with DL6. Polly? Forgotten something? Hello, hello! Squawk! That's not what we're supposed to say. Forgot something. Something I forgot. Hello? Hello? Squawk? Oh, it's not working next. She won't say it. Why won't she say it? Is something the matter, Mr. Wright? Wait. Don't tell me Von Karma expected this. He could have retrained the parrot. Could he? Did he train us to respond when we asked if we got anything? What's the safe number? You gotta say the safe number. On the safe, right. Just try to get her to say anything, okay? Polly, what was the number in the safe in the shack? 128, 128, 128. My wonderful plus parent. Mr. Wright, you're claiming that number has to do with this caretaker. Actually, it does. That's why I had her say it. Ha! Ridiculous. How can the number to our safe tell us who the caretaker is? Show us your proof. What could possibly link this number to the caretaker's true identity? There we go. The DL6 case file? What is this obsession you have with that case? Mr. Wright. Where in this file is something related to the safe number? Case summary, because the date. It's on the case summary page. Case summary? Specifically, the date on which the DL6 incident occurred. Date of the incident, December 20th. What's today's date? 15 years ago. Number that safe is 1228. Ah! Use the date of the DL6 incident as the number of his safe, Your Honor. How important that date was to him. I see, it certainly is an interesting coincidence. People often do so with their secret numbers or dates. Objection! Ah, this is not tangible proof. Set my ATM's card number to 001 because I'm number 1. This has nothing to do with a date. Nothing. Indeed. Alone is a little weak for evidence of murder trial. Hello, carving evidence. We're gonna find that. Nick, we're getting closer. One more. Get one piece of evidence. Right, but what? I what? Should we continue? Damn it, I'm hitting into too much. What's your name? Of course. Yes, it does. Ha! Fascinating. Knowing the parent's name will prove her owner's identity? Then show us this proof. Nick, don't you think you're bluffing a little too far? Listen, I'm not here to answer the question of who is this heretic. I'm here to prove that he is Yanni Yogi. All you do is tie the name Polly to Yogi. Your Honor, who is the parent's name reveals the caretaker's identity is... Polly, after his arrest, fiancé Polly Jenkins committed suicide. No one wants revenge, too. That makes a lot more sense why you'd want revenge. The DL6 case file? That's quite a large file you have there. Which page is this proof on, then? Show us to stop wasting our time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please show us the page. Where in this file is information connected to his parent's name? It's on the suspect data page. This page has all information about Yanni Yogi. Right after he was arrested, his fiancée committed suicide, see? Indeed, it does say that, yes. What was his fiancée's name? Polly Jenkins. Polly! Exactly, Your Honor. You want to remember the name of his fiancée who committed suicide. That's why he named his parrot after her. See, I guess that is possible. A mere coincidence, that's all. My granddaughter has a dog she calls Phoenix. Oh, Mr. Phoenix, right? Does this make you my granddaughter's fiancé? He's only 7 years old! That's enough. I think we reach a conclusion here. It's a mere coincidence, that's all. There's a possibility. However, two coincidences at the same time seem more like a pattern to me. What are you saying? Summon the caretaker of the boat shop. Immediately. Witness, tell us your name. Wait! This witness, he doesn't remember. No. No, it's okay. I've accomplished what I wanted to do. I'm done. Nick, he looks totally different. This is the real Yogi, I think. Finally. Been acting for you to hide its true identity. Acting for 15 years. Well! Let me ask you again. Please state your name for the court. My name is Yanni Yogi. 15 years ago, I served as a bailiff in very... Order! Order! Yanni Yogi. So it was you who killed Robert Hammond? Tried to frame Miles Edgeworth for his death? Yes, it was me. I did it. You put me on the witness stand 15 years ago. Robert Hammond, he said I was mentally unsound. He told me you would make me innocent, get me off the hook. So, I pretended to have brain damage. I was innocent, really, but he didn't believe me. He won the trial, but I lost everything. I lost my job, my fiancé, my social standing. Then, this year, 15 years later, a package arrived. It was a letter and a pistol. The plan was written out in careful detail. A plan for me to take my revenge on the people who ruined my life. I didn't care who had sent it. This was my chance after 15 years. This was it. Finally, a chance at my revenge on Robert Hammond and Miles Edgeworth. I have no regrets. Wait a moment. Revenge against Miles Edgeworth? What do you mean? I'm not at liberty to speak on that matter. Why don't you ask Mr. Edgeworth yourself? Anyway, I admit it. I was the one who killed Robert Hammond. Von Karma, where's Mr. Yogi? Under arrest, Your Honor. I saw no room for error in his confession. Then the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, is innocent, in this case at least. Very well. Will the defendant please take the stand? Obviously, it's not over yet. Too easy. There are a few mysteries left unsolved. Still, you are clear of suspicion on this particular case. I would like to pass judgment on the murder of Mr. Robert Hammond. Any objections? Don't believe it. Why doesn't Von Karma say anything? Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. Ooh. That is all. This court is adjourned. Ah, fuck. Why does it do that again?
Objection!
Did someone just say objection? It wasn't Von Karma. But that means no. Edgeworth? Your Honor. I object to your judgment. What do you mean? I'm not innocent at all. As you heard Yanni Yogi killed Robert Hammond in revenge. Revenge for what? Nick! Edgeworth is trying to confess. He's going to say he's guilty. I'm going to tell him he was the murderer in the DL6 incident. I'm going to tell him he killed his own dad. Oh, what do? Raise an objection. Judgment has already been passed. I object to Edgeworth's outburst. Didn't something like this happen yesterday, too? I believe a certain witness raised an objection after the guilty verdict was passed. That would be Larry. You must hear this new statement. You must hear Miles Edgeworth. He's right. You have a duty to hear Miss Edgeworth out. 15 years. I've had a recurring dream. A nightmare. If it's only a nightmare, that's what I told myself. But now I know it wasn't a dream. Yanni Yogi wasn't the killer. Even in the incident where your father died? The distance of the shot, it wasn't a suicide either. Everything was clear as day. The murderer. Criminal in the DL6 incident. It was me. Your Honor, I confess my guilt. I am guilty for DL6, the statute of limitations of which ends today. Culprit is me. Ah! Hi, Queen! Where are we going? Almost 5 hours, jeez. Order! Order! This is certainly unexpected. The defendant, declared innocent, is confessing to a different crime. You must be cross-examining our parent. A crime for which the statute of limitations runs out today. Not really sure how we should actually deal with this. Ah! Wow! It's obvious. We hold a trial right here, right now. We try this man for his crime 15 years ago. I think I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. This time I'll consider the appropriate course of action to take. Court is adjourned. Oh, I'm stretching. Ah, fuck my neck. Ah, shit. I gotta get my neck looked at or something, I swear. Every time I like put my head back on it fucking hurts. Ah, fuck. Okay, now. Well, I'm still in pain, but it is what it is. I think I need a new. I think what part is that I need to get a new pillow. I think. Like, both the pillows I use to sleep are either too soft or too firm, so my head's not in the right spot. But last again, let work, and it's a little priority. No, I think it's basically just I've just had my neck in bad position. If I pulled it, I've been having this pain for over a week now, so it's if I pulled it pretty bad. Like I've been sleeping out wrong and like looking down at my phone too much at work because work's been very slow a lot. So. I'm on my phone a lot, so I think I like looking down like this. So I'm kind of straining the muscle. I think I'm trying not to do that, but it's like I can't do the same things on my computer as I can do on my phone. So, anyways, December 28th, 2:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Monitor Cricket. I'm sorry, Wright. I've just wasted all of your effort. Mr. Edgeworth, just don't believe it, sir. I mean, you kill your dad? I didn't want to believe in myself, detective. but it's the truth. Deserve to be punished. Murder is murder, no matter what the circumstances. This is crazy! Just crazy! Nick, what are you doing? Huh? Oh. Just reading through the court record once more. Getting my case ready. Case? For what? Huh? Isn't it obvious? To prove that Miles Edgeworth is innocent. What are you talking about, pal? He just admitted to it! He confessed that he did it! In court! I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I don't believe in your nightmare. What? Yeah, see, that's kind of my thing too. Like, my arms have been like... As far as I'm glad I'm playing Phoenix Wright actually right now, it's because like I don't have to have my mouse on the hand and the keyboard part like normally. I'm just kind of more free. I think my arms have been like uncomfortable with the positions they've been in lately, so I'm just kind of glad to be a little bit more. My muscles, my arms have been so sore lately. Or why I'm also kind of glad I took yesterday off to just hang out with Gan and stuff. It's just a dream. It's not real. She's right here in this court record. In any case, tighten your belts. The real fight is just beginning. I'll prove you're innocent. Trust me. Alright. December 28th, 2:30 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Now then, I'd like to a massage probably bad, but alas, higher other priorities right now. Now then, I would like to resume our trial. Judge, Miles Edgeworth has admitted his own guilt. He has confessed his crime. Let's begin by hearing his testimony. Then, though pointless, the defense do the cross-examining. Statute of limitations of the DL6 incident runs out today. If it was unconventional for me, I'd like to run this one by the book. I see. Does the defense have any objections? No, Your Honor. Von Karma, you knew this was going to happen from the very beginning, didn't you? Very well. Will Miles Edgeworth take the stand? Ah. You know, I had tacos today, so this is kind of fitting for dinner. Will the witness state his name and profession? Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecuting attorney. Mr. Edgeworth. 15 years ago, you mistakenly killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth. Is this correct? I see a ping. I'm make sure it's not like something. Oh, just somebody going else. I'm just like turn off pings for everyone besides again, like when I'm road or something. But oh well. It is correct. Then testify about this matter to the court. Just tell me about his dream yesterday. I noticed something. One detail didn't quite fit. Maybe the key, but only if I can get it to work. Please, please. That day, I had gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator. My father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue. Then something heavy fell at my feet. I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi, and I wanted him to stop fighting. A moment later, there was a single gunshot in the screen. A terrible scream, for to this day. That's all. And until now, you thought this memory was a dream? We were stuck in the elevator for 5 hours. Oxygen in the elevator ran out, and I lost my memory of the events. Bah! The same claim Mr. Yogi has made. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I think I know I need to press, but let's figure it out first. What was the trial your father was involved in that day? I don't remember things very clearly. Only 2 things. I know my father lost and Mr. Von Karma was the prosecuting attorney. Mr. Von Karma, you were handling that case? It was 15 years ago. I don't remember the details. That's when Edgeworth pointed out the problem with Von Karma's evidence. So there are 3 people, including yourself, trapped in the elevator. That elevator. Yes, myself, my father, and Yanni Yogi. We were fine at first. As time passed, no one came to help. What did you do then? I was a 9-year-old boy at the time. What could I do? I was scared, trembling in the corner. But then... What was it? A pistol. I assume it was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi's. The safety must have come off when it fell from his holster. And you picked it up. What happened next? Did you know it was a pistol when you threw it? I think I knew. I knew it was dangerous. But then, the air was getting so thick, I panicked. So you're saying that you threw the pistol at Mr. Yogi? I was in a daze. Yeah, I'm voicing my own karma wrong. I gotta fix that. The gun fired once? Yes. I think after I threw it, I lost consciousness. Since then, they've echoed in my head every day. The gunshot and that horrible scream. The scream. Okay, I know what it is. It was about his... He shot at the heart, and I don't think he'd have time to scream. Yes, I can practically hear it now. I doubt I'll ever forget that scream as long as I live. There it is. One part that tells me clearly contradicts the evidence. I don't know what it means. I better find out quick. I'm gonna save files because again, there's 3 pieces of evidence that all will be posted here, so I'm like... Yes. Aha! The murder was fired twice. There we go. Are you sure you only heard one gunshot? Yes, I'm sure of that. The shot and the scream. Then everything faded. Unconscious until the rescuers came. Let's see. No, Your Honor. Unfortunately, you don't. Look at this file one more time. It plainly contradicts the witness's testimony. You do enjoy dragging in that file, don't you? I don't accept this as evidence unless you can tell us what page it's on. Which page contradicts Miles Edgeworth's testimony? Look at the victim data in this file. It says quite plainly, the murder weapon was fired twice. Miles Edgeworth only heard one gunshot, but the murder weapon was fired twice. The first shot was the accidental firing when the pistol was thrown. So, who fired the remaining shot? Was there perhaps another shooter that fired that second shot? Your Honor, as I'm sure you're aware, the incident occurred 15 years ago. The evidence is dated. The pistol did fire twice. However, we do not know when that second shot was fired. It might have been fired the day before the incident. There's no proof that the second shot had anything to do with this incident. What? I see. Good point, Mr. Wright. The weapon was fired twice as we've heard. One of those shots was fired by the defendant, a boy at the time. Maybe proof that the other shot was had something to do with the case. Your Honor, I think I'll be able to show you proof. What? Impossible! Now, Mr. Von Karma, save your surprise after you've seen the evidence. Oh, sorry, show us your proof. Evidence of what the second side of the pistol was related to this incident? Hey, look, there's a gunshot in the door. Look at this photograph. God, the fucking Nickelback meme. This is the photograph of the crime scene 15 years ago. I can see the victim lying there as Gregory Edgeworth. This proves the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. This photo proves it. So let me get this straight. This photo proves 2 shots were fired? Where? Your Honor, please, get a clue. You'll judge the contradiction in the photo. Take that! That should be obvious the contradiction is here. I see a bullet hole in the door. Your Honor, Gregory Edgeworth was killed by a shot from the pistol. Yet there's also a bullet hole in the elevator door. We also know the murder weapon was fired twice. Thus, someone other than Edgeworth fired that second shot. Order! Order! Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? It's simple, Your Honor. At the time of the incident, 2 shots were fired. One went to Gregory Edgeworth's heart. Another hit the elevator door. Remember that the defendant lost consciousness after the shot he fired rang out. In conclusion, must be the second shot was fired by someone else. Mr. Wright, but who could that someone else be? The murderer, of course. I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand. Mr. Wright, look once more at the DL6 incident case file. Look closely. Try the case summary page. Case summary, that's on page 1. What is written there? Not a single clue is found on the scene. If the didn't fire twice, the oil bullet would have been discovered on the scene. Let's have a point. The second bullet has never been found. Why? Because the second bullet does not exist. The bullet that claimed Gregory Edgeworth Wright was the one fired by his own son. That's the truth of the matter. The whole truth. Undoubtedly something else that made that bullet hole in the door. Now who's stretching here, Von Karma? Order! I will have order! Mr. Wright has proven one thing to us quite clearly. The weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. However, Mr. Von Karma says the second bullet was not found. Highly likely the police immediately overlooked the second bullet. So all we have is a single bullet fired. We have to discount the defense's claim. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I praise the judge for his wisdom in this matter. Gah! How did this happen? I don't believe that the second bullet didn't exist. Am I wrong? Am I wrong with this whole incident? What are you doing, Nick? Why aren't you raising an objection? Sorry, Maya. What? Looks like I was wrong. Nick? The second bullet wasn't there, then all my conjectures for nothing. No, no. You said you'd do it, Nick. You said you'd get Edgeworth declared innocent. I'm sorry. Just when I saw the photograph, I thought 2 shots were fired. I'm certain of it. I fired 1. I thought there was another person somewhere else who fired the killing shot. But now, I was wrong to think that it could be that simple. This kid started to serve for 15 years. Nick. It seems to have kind of cleared up this incident. Only 1 bullet was found at the scene of the crime. That shot was fired by Miles Edgeworth. Precisely. That's one thing of Miles Edgeworth before passing my verdict. Have you been paying attention to the verdict's trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. Do you have any objections? No. No, I do not. You killed your father, though that was not your intention? Yes, I did. No. Accepting the guilt. Very well. The statute of limitations on the murder of Gregory Edgeworth runs out today. Therefore, I must pronounce a verdict on the defendant right here. Right now! Indeed, does anyone have any objections? I've been here before. My first day in court. So many things I know I should be saying, but my mind's going blank. I can't find the word. Mr. Wright? I have an objection. Your Honor! I object. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Wright, on what grounds do you object? Oof. Nick? I don't know. His case is perfect. Oh no. Urgh. Must exist. Second bullet. What? Did you just say? Nothing. Second bullet must exist. Where? Took it. But he's not going to provide any answers from Mr. Wright. Wait, Your Honor. The second bullet. It existed. What? We just heard proof that it did not exist. I realize that, Your Honor. Only gossiping here. It's just someone took it from the scene of the crime. What happened? But who? The murderer. The murderer? Then tell us just who is this murderer? I'm still thinking about that one. The criminal took the second bullet, but why? Huh? First of all, how would they have found it? It's easy to find a stray bullet, Mr. Wright. There's surprising need. Was there a search for the bullet? The murderer had to find it. Of course there was a need. That's why they took it. Wow, what possible reason could they have had? Well, the reason the murderer took the bullet. Let's see the scene with them. What is? What would be proof? That the bullet would be used as proof? Proof. There's a special bullet, so they took it with them. If that was the case, then they should have taken the bullet from inside Gregory as well. Huh? Or they only take 1 or 2 shots fired. Oh right, Mr. Wright, who will help us through? Realize you. Ah, this isn't going so well anymore. Murder didn't need it. What's wrong with Wright? The murder had no reason to take the bullet. You don't want to admit it, but it's true. Had to take it. Had to take it. Murder, what does that mean? You're thinking too normal. Think crazy. Think why the bullet was taken. Why the bullet had to be taken. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, the murderer had no intention of taking the bullet from the scene. The murderer had to take that bullet. Had to, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? Well, for instance... Instance what? Maybe the bullet hit the murderer? The bullet hit the murderer? Saying for instance. I mean, if it hit you, you'd have to take it with you, wouldn't you? Not like you could perform surgery right there. No? Very pregnant pause. Wait a second. Just talking off the top of my head. What if that's what really happened? Let me get this straight. So at the time of the murderer themselves was shot. They left with the second bullet still inside of them? Thus leaving only 1 bullet at the scene of the crime? Yes, I guess that's how it would work, yes. There's a problem with that. The other 2 people rescued from the elevator. Miles, Edwards, and Yogi were both unharmed. That would mean the murderer came from outside. Yes. Two men fight inside the elevator. Trying to stop them, the boy picks the pistol at his feet and throws it. So discharging the bullet. The bullet goes straight through the elevator and hits the murderer outside. The boy loses consciousness. And the murderer opens the elevator door and sees the men inside. Mr. Wright, you're truly the most unpredictable defense attorney I've ever known. I can tell you're grasping, and yet I cannot deny the possibility of what you say. What are you saying? Deny it! Deny it! No one involved in the incident was wounded. There was no murderer. Who was wounded at the time of the incident? Right. Anyone? Nick. Huh? I just thought of something really crazy. See? What Mr. Ghostbury said yesterday? Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record. Wow. Must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in many years of prosecuting. What if Von Karma didn't take the vacation because of shock? He took it because he was injured. It would only mean one thing. He was the murderer in the DL6 incident. He was the man who shot Gregory Edgeworth. Von Karma! Oh man! Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You seem dazed. No, Your Honor. Well, you indicated the possibility the murder came from outside. Give us the name of your suspect? Oh, I can't say it now. There's no time like the present, Phoenix! Your Honor! There's a suspect. One lone suspect. Well, this is certainly interesting news. Very well, Mr. Wright. Who is your suspect? My hands are shaking. What? Von Karma! Von Karma? Ah, hi Mage. Now, after 5 hours, you finally start throwing things at me. I see how it is. You mean the Von Karma? The prosecutor. The one standing right here, right over there. Hi, Shiro. Ah! I'm being assaulted. Ah! Ah! You don't object? Humph. I see no need. Why honor this ridiculous... Oh, okay, I see how it is. Ah! I'm at unboxing time. I'm being pied, I'm being everything. Hey, you notice 2 of the things you can throw at me too. There's the throw mini things and the extra hydrate are both throwing things. I'm gonna change the extra hydrate name out to the stream to be something more obvious. I see no need. Why honest, ridiculous outburst with my objection? You also missed me cross-examining a parent. Because you took a several-month vacations for several... Yeah, it's always fun to throw things at me. I reject other things so people, you know, can do it again. There's everyone's points back again. Because you took a vacation for several months starting in the day after the incident. Yet you're proud of yourself on a perfect record. Why would you take such a long vacation without any reason? So you're claiming that I took a vacation to heal my injury from the incident. Fascinating. Prove it. I would have needed surgery, no? Where are you going to knife at, Mr. Wright? Bring the doctor to the operating room. Have him testify. Again? He's doing alright. The nerve blocker started to run off, so he's in more pain now, but he's about time. But he should have taken his another dose of medication, his pain meds recently, so he should be better, maybe even asleep. He didn't bother me, so he's not going to come to bed. I think he's been crocheting. Nick! Let's find out who his doctor is. It's no use. Edgeworth? I know Von Karma. Perhaps too well. He's perfect. He wouldn't leave clues. Probably to undergo surgery. That would leave a doctor as a witness. Nobody's that perfect. Oh, nice! Ah! 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 But nobody's that perfect. So what, Nick? Von Karma pulled the bullet by himself? That's insane! No, he couldn't have. Just pull up bullets out yourself. Wait. What does that mean? That bullet has to be somewhere, but where? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Well, Mr. Wright, you produce evidence that I proved I was shot? Hey, I know what evidence to show. Alright, Von Karma, I'll prove it. I'll even use evidence. I know how you like it so much. Well, what? The evidence that proves Von Karma's shot is... fucking metal detector! Von Karma's perfect. Even with surgery, leaving an evidence trail. So then I ask, where's that bullet now? I think it's unlikely that Von Karma performed surgery on himself. You don't mean... I do. There's a possibility that the bullet is still inside Von Karma. Is that even possible? All these years? Well, there's one way to find out. We could use this metal detector. Well, Von Karma, we'll run this over you and see what we find. Oh, he looked pretty nervous, Von Karma. Wonder why. Shitbag. I refuse. You refuse? But refusing this means you acknowledge the bullet is still inside you? Order. Order, order, order. Your Honor, the defense requests that we be allowed to use the metal detector. Judge, I call for a suspension of this trial. This is an invasion of privacy. The statute of limitations runs out on this case today. It was you who said we had to end it right here, right now. Enough. I permit the use of the metal detector. Mr. Von Karma, you will submit yourself to testing. Nick, what does this mean? I don't know, but we have to give it a shot. He reacted. Something's inside his right shoulder. The bullet. Mr. Von Karma? You! It was you! I was afraid this would happen, and so I remained silent. Indeed, there's a bullet in my shoulder. However, it has nothing to do with this incident. What? I shot the shoulder long before the DL6 incident. I claim the bullet in my shoulder has no relation to DL6. But Mr. Von Karma, can you prove that? Prove? I have no obligation to prove anything. It is Mr. Wright who must prove something here, not I. Mr. Wright? Well, can you prove it? Prove that the bullet inside Von Karma's shoulder is from DL6? Of course you can't! You don't have any DL6 evidence. You took it out of the records room yesterday. With no proof, you cannot convict me of any crime. So sorry, Mr. Wright. No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Von Karma. What? Oh my god. I'm going to throw you off a cliff, Mage. You were close. One day away from freedom. You see, I have proof. What? Who would have thought you would dig your own grave trying to convict Edgeworth? I can link that bullet in your shoulder to the one in the L6 incident. Here's my final proof.
Take that!
That's... a bullet? Where did you get that? This is the bullet used in the DL6 incident. Taken from the heart of the victim, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth. The bullet is preserved quite nicely with all the ballistic markings intact. Ballistic markings. May we recall the term. Came from the first trial 2 days ago. Ballistic markings are the fingerprints of a weapon. All bullets fired from a gun are marked with that weapon's unique pattern. By examining the marking, you can tell which weapon fired the bullet. Quite accurate. We have 2 bullets on possession. One bullet removed from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other man, Mr. Von Karma, is the bullet buried in your shoulder. We have to analyze both bullets. If the markings matched, we would know that both bullets have been fired from the same gun. The very same pistol, in other words, the murder weapon that killed Gregory Edgeworth. Mr. Von Karma, you will let us remove the bullet from your shoulder. Then we'll compare the ballistic markings to those on this bullet. And solve this case once and for all. Well, Mr. Von Karma? Okay, I'm not screaming like he is. You get the point, he's screaming a lot right now. He's having a fucking mental breakdown. That scream. I've heard that scream before. Wait, I know. Help, I can't breathe. Quiet. I said quiet. You're making this any easier. Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you. Stop breathing my air. Get away. Get away from my father. Bang. Screaming again. Now we know it's Von Karma screaming. It's that scream I heard in the elevator 15 years ago. Von Karma, it was you who screamed. Mr. Von Karma? Even more screaming, stuff like that. As if only you would dare defy me. So it was you. You and your father are my curse. Here he goes, he's just bashing his head into the wall now. Your father shamed me with a penalty on my record. And you used a scar on my shoulder that would never fade. I'll bury you! I'll bury you with my bare hands! Death! Death! Yeah, he's 15 years earlier. Chief Prosecutor, I'm sorry. Von Karma, it's not like you to make this kind of error. I would never thought that Edward would be the one to catch you. I was careless. I'm sorry you would be penalized. I've covered for you in the past, but not this time. Edgeworth! Shock like none I had ever known. Me? Penalized? It took hours for me to regain my composure. Suddenly I found myself in the darkness. The court records room. So I wandered in there without thinking where I was going. It was pitch black. The lights must have gone out. I went out to the hall and felt my way to the elevator. Pressed the button but nothing happened. Then, there was a noise. I was in pain, a horrible burning pain in my shoulder. The lights came back on. The elevator door opened before my eyes. I saw 3 people inside, all laying unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Much to my surprise, a pistol lay at my feet. I knew then, destiny. In his last moments, Gregory Edgeworth was unconscious. He died, never knowing who had shot him. Later he spoke to a medium, blaming Mr. Yogi. He was fooled. It was a perfect crime. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Who would have thought another man would have come to open that elevator door? Judge! What? What are you doing? Do your job. Bring it into this miserable charade. Now, end it. Very well. It appears that we have come to a very long way to the end of this maze. 15 years later. Mr. Miles Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. You were innocent, and you are innocent. As you said, it was all a nightmare. Yes, Your Honor. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. December 28th, 5:38 p.m. District Court, Lobby of Defendant Lobby Number 2. Nick, we did it! Did you see his face? Von Carl looked even paler than usual, pretending to be all cool, but inside you crushed him, Nick. Crushed! I gotta say, I'm impressed. It's pretty close, though. I was sure we'd had it. You know, I was on the verge of tears the whole time myself. Now it's all just a good memory. So it's finally over, Edgeworth. Right. Yeah? I'm not sure how to say this. I know. Let's try. Thank you. I see. Thank you. Right. You're welcome. I think you could have done better than that. Sorry, I'm not good at this sort of thing. You got a lot to learn, Edgeworth. Got you there. Whoop! You're resuming throwing things I see. Amazing, pal! You pulled through it just like I thought you would. I'll never forget this. I owe you one, pal. Tonight, let's party. Dinner's on me. Yeah, my salad went down a bit. Hey, Mage, you know I had tacos tonight, so the sombrero works, right? Yeah, my salad went down a bit this month. But who cares? See, Miss Edgeworth? Take a listen from Detective Gumshoe. That's how you say thank you. I see. Ahem. Whoop! Oh my god. I feel foolish. Don't worry, take it a little time. You'll get used to it. Why are my limbs tingling? What the fuck? What? Arms, why the fuck are you tingling? It's been 15 years since I've seen Edgeworth this unguarded. Hey, y'all! Lotta! Y'all were great in there. Thank you. Yo, Edgeworth, congrats! Thank y'all very much. I knew you were innocent from the start, of course. Just look at you. You wouldn't stick your hand in the cookie jar if no one was there. You were the witness on the first day of the trial, weren't you? Well, yeah, let's let bygones be bygones, eh? Speaking of which, what are you doing now, Lotta? Who, me? Oh, I went back to college. I think I'm trying to be an investigative photographer pretty quick. Really? That's too bad. Huh? Is that the hot dog guy at the park? Huh? It's over, Nick. My life is over. Why the sad face, Larry? What happened now? Oh, Nick, I'm not long for this world. You don't look sick. It's Cayenne. She's going to live in Paris. Paris, Nick! Leave me behind! Never seen that coming. Yo, Edgy, there you are! Yes, here I am. Congrats, Edgy. Here's a little gift from me in celebration. Celebration? That's unusual for you. Harry Butts, you come along too tonight. My treat, pal. Thanks. Looking forward to it. Yo, Nick, it's a suit that questioned me. It's a treat. That's not police talk or prison food, right? Right? I think it'll be fine, Larry. Right. Yeah? What's up? That envelope that Larry gave me. It's got money in it. Well, yeah, that's not strange. I'm on your way to celebrate sometimes. It's $38, right? Huh? What a weird amount. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's Not a little, but it's not a lot either. $38 exactly. Nick? Wasn't that exactly the amount of lunch money that was stolen from Mr. Edgeworth's school? $38?! No. No! Larry, it was you! What are you so surprised about, right? Huh? Larry was absent that day from school, right? That doesn't automatically rule him out as a suspect. What? Think back to the day 15 years ago. This was the day off, but he was bored, so he came to school anyway. Then he saw the money lying there, and the rest is history. I never was good at history. Edgeworth, you didn't know, did you? I suspected. I just couldn't picture Larry protecting you like he did that day. Everyone was saying you did it. The whole class was against you, remember? Yeah, too well. Right, you may not know this, but we used to have a saying back in school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I know, I know. Really, right. I'm surprised you didn't figure it out. Well, this sure is an unexpected turn of events, eh? Edgeworth. You should have told me! Now, Nick, it was 15 years ago. The statute of limitations have run out, Mr. Edgeworth? I'd say so, yes. There you have it. Where does it leave me? Your defense here because what you two did. Well, you've always been something of an insufferable emotionalist. Yeah, you get all worked up too easily, too. Death! The death sentence for both of you! I really know I've become a prosecutor! Same goes for me, only the other way around. The longest time I thought that I might have killed my own father. That I might be a criminal. A prosecutor in part to punish myself. If I'd known the truth, I might have become a defense attorney. For all. Edgeworth. Want to switch right? Hey y'all, line up, I'll take a photo. Hey, photo time, let's go! After that, dinner's on me! I'm almost done talking. I'm sorry that I'm not talking a lot to you guys, but just like, I'm at the end of this case. I've been doing this case for 5.5 hours already. There's been like a short break in time helping again occasionally, but it's like, it's 5.5 hours straight almost just doing this. Detective Gumshoe took us on town that night. We celebrated Edgeworth's newfound freedom. And Edgeworth himself was still in detention. December 29th, 5:02 a.m., Wright and Clow law offices. Whoa, I went a little overboard yesterday. My head hurts. Huh? It's still only 5. I should go to sleep. Huh? What's this? A letter? Good morning, Nick. You were really impressive yesterday. Seeing you made me think about what I'm doing here. I'm a spirit medium, and training, of course. I wanted to help Mr. Edgeworth, too. I wanted to help you. But I couldn't. I was useless. I decided to go back to my training. I'm a full-fledged spirit medium for starters. I couldn't say it to your face, so I left this letter. Bye, Nick. Bye? What time is it? Gah! I was training from the mountains where I left already. To the station. I guess I'm too late. Hey! Nick! Maya! So, you're leaving? Yeah. Part being a spirit medium can't talk to spirits. And I think you'll do fine without me, Nick. Be good, okay? Hold it! Oh, wait. What? I'm gonna save Edward without your help. Huh? Last day of the trial, I heard her. I heard Mia's voice. My sister? Yes, only her voice, but still. Very when I thought we'd lost everything. My sister for you. Detective Gumshoe helped and Mr. Grossberg had Larry. I couldn't help, I was useless, Nick. You want to stop Von Karma, Maya? Huh? I didn't do anything. Wonder on her days. However, I have evidence that you helped. Evidence? I have some evidence to cheer up. Take that! A bullet? The car was convinced he had taken all the evidence in DL6. You're the one who mastered the last piece of evidence we needed. It's the bullet that put an end to Von Karma. You were the one who gave it to me. Nick. Thanks, Maya. I could have done it without you. I'll be back soon. Huh? I'm going to complete my training and come back. Okay. I'll be waiting. Of course you will. You can't run the office by yourself. You're hopeless. I don't know about that. Oh, that... See you soon, Maya. Thanks, Nick. I mean, skip past that very quickly, but oh well! So my story ends. On to a new page. If I had the novice defense attorney that I once was. Now a new story begins. The same old crazy cast of characters. Ha! Don't think you've graduated yet, amateur. Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to rethink that claim? Yes, Your Honor. I got a bad feeling about this. Okay, I think we're at credits. Okay, we're at credits now. Thanks y'all who've been sticking through with us this whole you either came in partway through or just like, oh, fuck. Hey pal, Mr. Edgeworth came down the precinct to wish me a Happy New Year. Talk about a pleasant surprise. Woof! Detective Gumshoe! Oh god, then he hung his head low and went right back to outside. Oh my god. Kinda like he was embarrassed or something. Strange, huh? Ay. There's actually still technically a 5th case in this game. This is the trilogy of the first 3 games, the Phoenix Wright trilogy. The first game, yes, added a 5th case to this. Huh? Nick, haven't seen lately. Huh? Me? I've been working at the cheese shop. I mean, she's a nice lady, but she's not exactly what you'd call a cheap date. Huh? Oh, she's in Hawaii right now. Yeah. God, Larry, you've... Oh, my arm. Why are you tingly still? Pinch a nerve? Oh, yeah, here's the... Ooh, right? Yeah, I remember him. I hear he's been busy lately. You know, I'm not one to ring my own bell. I sort of taught him everything he knows. I'm sure he's grateful. He wears a toupee and he's like, he's the tutorial prosecutor, basically. First one you face in each game. Here's the bellboy who wanted to make a murder. Phoenix Wright? Ah, the defense attorney for whom I wrote that affidavit for, yes! Oh, you should know, I've taken over management of the Gateway Hotel recently. If you're in the area, please stop by. Someone was obsessed with making it a fucking murder mystery fucking suite. Fucking crazy bitch. Ahem! Oh, it's you! Phoenix Wright? Ah, yes, Mia's understudy, was he not? I wonder how he's doing. I haven't seen him as of late. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. What is with... The fuck is that saying? It bothers me. Phoenix Wright? Is he an actor? Well, I'm not buying it. You can't be a star with a name like Phoenix. Do you know the fuck no. Fuck no, I'm not reading that. She's complaining about putting Hammer's old movies on DVD and complaining about a fucking DVD. That's what she did. I'm not fucking reading that hyper-speed, rambling old lady. Hey, Mr. Will Powers. Please announce the Pink Princess is a hit. Tell Mr. Wright a great deal. I won't keep my face out of the public eye till the show's over. I wouldn't want to ruin any kid's dreams, you know? Credits. Oh, I got a letter from Maya the other day. I feel like she caught it cold standing on a waterfall. I wanted to visit, but I didn't have time, so I sent her some Pink Princess trading cards. She says she can't buy them where she is. What place she's living at anyway? Living like in a fucking spirit medium homeland in the middle of the fucking mountains. Right? Right? Who's that? You wanna talk? Let's talk Pink Princess. Alright! But, you know, I snuck into the studio the other day. And I saw her. The one inside the Pink Princess suit. Ah, what a dog. I was kind of a shock for my boy my tender age. A boy, you're fucking like 7, buddy! Yeah, am I right? That lawyer guy. Huh? Me? I'm in training to become a paranormal photographer. That picture I took of everyone? Well, just behind them there's a ghost. For real! No, that's town. I'm gonna be famous. I think I know who the ghost is. I think she's actually not wrong there for once. There's Mia. Oh yeah, I should probably do this too. There we go. Ah. A brand new episode has been added. 3 bucks at this point. It also nope, clearing it before it starts because I don't want to start that one right now. Okay. That's enough for now. I cannot do any more. I've been at this for 5.5 hours, like on the dot, 5.5 hours according to OBS. Thanks for coming, Concoction. Ah! Let's see who's live. Who am I gonna harass? Who all is actually? I'm gonna go raid a friend Keel. He's having a birthday stream. I'm gonna raid him for anyone's interested. If you guys don't, let me kind of like it's 1:50 in the morning. So thank you everyone for coming out and watching me and going through that wild case that had so many like twists and turns, and I think I expected a parrot and a metal detector and all that shit. Okay, I expected it because I remember some of the big details. The further we're getting, the less I'm gonna remember, because like the other ones don't stick out as far in my memory. I've done all the games, the first 3 games. I've done all of them. So 4, 5, and 6, and 7, I think, are all ones that'll be new to me when I get to those. They're not on the trilogy though. I want to get them eventually. Raid. Shit. Okay. Raid. Heal. Shen. Is that it? Okay, that's the right one. There we go. Thanks again, everyone. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. It's also I'm going to bed at 2 in the morning. I don't know if I'll be up to 8 to doing. And game might want me tomorrow. So have a good night, y'all. Thank you again. Bye.